That actually made the score. Excuse me, I take that back. It was 20-12. They took the safety, made it to 20-14. Long punt by the kicker Coleman Hansen, but unfortunately a good return by Glidden-Ralston set up a half the field to work with for the Wildcats. A couple plays later, Brody Hunt, who had come in and actually did not start at quarterback in that contest, came in sometime in the second quarter, I believe. He he was only 2 for 5 in that contest, but made the 2 big passes that he that needed to get the job done. It was a 35-yard touchdown pass to Dawson Majerus. As time expired, he found Majerus wide open in the back of the end zone to tie the ball game at 20, and then they converted the subsequent 2-point conversion for the 22-20 victory for the Wildcats in the season opener. But, of course, as we talked about with Coach Dillon in our pregame show, the Gaels were able to respond from that season opening loss. They went 5-4 overall last year, ended up making the state playoffs for the second year in a row. Glidden-Ralston, meanwhile, went 2-6. Their other win, a 52-6 victory over Griswold last year, coming out of 8-man District 9. We're about 5 minutes to go here until kickoff. Both teams now coming out onto the field. Glidden-Ralston looks like they're waiting for the national anthem. Gaels just came running out onto the field. Decent crowd on hand here tonight. Decent weather. It was about 84 degrees when I got here. We'll do a quick weather check here. There is a bit of a breeze, though, so the heat, anyway, shouldn't be too much of a factor, though. Something I talked about with my partner in crime, Lance Lennon, last week. It seems like these first couple of weeks here, it's debt taxes and players cramping up. So we'll see with a game under the Gaels' belt. Hopefully that isn't as much of an issue this week. Again, 81 degrees right now, just before kickoff. And with just a light breeze, about 5 miles an hour. So it shouldn't really play much of a factor in this contest. Again, just perfect early, or I should say late summer football weather here in Fort Dodge, Dodger Stadium, as these two teams get set to do battle for the 4th year in a row. The Wildcats, after that thrilling win that they had in last year's season opener, now lead the series 2-1. The Wildcats, the very strong team back in 2023, claimed a 62-16 win here at Dodger Stadium. Again, back in 2023, the Gaels returned the favor in 2024, knocking off the Wildcats by a final of 26-12 as they punched their ticket to a state playoff spot. And then, of course, again last year, falling 22-20 at Glidden-Ralston. And now this will be the return game here, Gaels hosting at Dodger Stadium. This is the season opener for the Glidden-Ralston Wildcats. Couple of quick stats here. Again, after the Gaels fell last week to West Bend Mallard, again 60-26 was the final. It was actually a 26-20 score. And actually, let me just double check on that. Yeah, it was actually 30-26 with 2:17 to go and a third quarter. Thomas Ian had a 3-yard touchdown run to cut the Wolverine lead to 4. But then after that, the Wolverines reeled off 30 straight points to come away with that victory in last Thursday's season opener. So they're just about ready to go to the national anthem here. But again, the Gaels now in season openers are 3-3 overall in their 8-man tenure, 4-3 since the 2020 season, 4-7 in their last 10 season openers. Glidden-Ralston, meanwhile, again, this is the season opener for them. They're looking for their first road win, actually, since October 11th of 2024, a 48-6 win at Coon Rapids Bayard. And, in fact, in that 2024 season, all 3 wins for the Wildcats that year came on the road. So hopefully the Gaels can keep them waiting at least one more week here, as now they are going to go to the national anthem. So we'll go ahead and take a quick break and be back. You're listening to St. Edmond Football on Sunny 99.7 and yourfortdodge.com. Break for the national anthem.
Try it before you buy it works well before you buy a car or a kid's toy. Not so much with kitchen and bath remodels, but at Plum Supply Kitchens and Baths, they do kitchens and baths better. Once you select the style and colors for your new kitchen or bathroom, Plum Supply creates a crystal clear 3D rendering so you can see exactly what it would look like. It's the closest thing you can get to trying before buying. Plum Supply Kitchen and Baths, Fort Dodge. Call them today to schedule an appointment in their showroom or find them online at pskitchensbaths.com.
At your house, they're not just pets, they're family. Family Pet Medical Center gets that. From routine care to advanced treatments like laser therapy for arthritis, injuries, and more. They deliver modern veterinary medicine with genuine compassion. Dogs, cats, birds, reptiles, even your tiniest sidekicks. They're all welcome at Family Pet Medical. They don't just fix problems, they help prevent them. Family Pet Medical Center, 2807 North 15th, Fort Dodge. Care that keeps pets healthier, so they're by your side longer.
And we're back here at Dodger Stadium, just about set for kickoff between the St. Edmond Gaels and the Glidden-Ralston Wildcats. Nice job to that young lady as a national anthem just wrapping up here. You want to take a quick second to mention tonight's opening kickoff is brought to you by North Central Occupational Medicine and Walk-In Clinic. Get immediate help regarding illnesses, physicals, workers' comp injuries, drug screens, cosmetic Botox injections, and weight loss management. They're the Walk-In Clinic north of the fire station in Fort Dodge. Again, I'm Alex Nagel back on the play-by-play tonight. Lance Lennon, who would typically be with me, is out of town this week. So I'll be flying solo up here in the broadcast booth as both teams. A ceremonial meeting at midfield. Again, this is 8-man football for those just tuning in for the first time. 8-man football, an 80-yard field. Midfield is the 40-yard line. So again, here at Dodger Stadium, the tricky part is having to do some field math as they're going to the north side of Dodger Stadium. A little bit easier when they're heading to that south end zone as the yard markers match up with the numbers on the field. A little bit different, again, as I mentioned, when they're going to that north side. I'm trying to pay attention here. So again, if you hear me pausing for any period of time here, it's because I'm trying to pull double duty here, calling the game, and also trying to keep track of some stats here as best as I can, covering for, again, my color commentary co-host, Lance Lennon, and looking to see who is going. It looks like Glidden-Ralston is going to be receiving the kickoff. So they will start with the football here tonight. Back to my, I'm getting a little breezy up here as wind is starting to pick up just a little bit here at Dodger Stadium. So the Gaels will kick off. Thomasine will boot it away. Again, those three key players returning for Glidden-Ralston is, again, as we mentioned, Brody Hunt, the junior quarterback, Colton Rohrbeck, a junior running back, and then Henry Sturm, senior, was the other player that I forgot to mention earlier. Sturm, probably see him both in the as a receiving and rushing threat. Glidden-Ralston, typically a lot of heavy sets, a lot of option-style offense, almost in the vein of Army-Navy. Will throw it a little bit, especially with Hunt. Again, last year, Brody Hunt, and it was a 21 of 49, 227 yards, one touchdown. Of course, unfortunately, the one touchdown coming against the Gaels in the season opener. Also, 2 interceptions. Colton Rohrbeck rushed 48 times for 273 yards and 6 touchdowns. And then Henry Sturm also had 123 yards on 45 carries. As looks like Hunt is out of the shotgun, actually. And here you go. Talked about heavy sets and option offense. And here the Wildcats coming out 4 wide. Quick pass to the underneath. Man, nice job defensively by the Gaels. And I believe that's Gavin McLean coming out of his linebacker spot to make the quick stop. And we are underway here between the Gaels and the Wildcats. Just a short gain and a no-huddle offense for the Wildcats, as Hunt now going to give it to the tailback, and I believe that is Rohrbeck, and he is swallowed up, fumbles the football. Gaels going to try to dive on it, and they have it. 2 plays in, the St. Edmond Gaels forcing the turnover. Fumble recovery deep in Glidden-Ralston territory. Unfortunately, there were a pile of bodies there, so I didn't see who was able to jump on it, but there was a host of Gaels there. Great job, too. Solid defensive plays by the Gaels, and they are already knocking on the door here. They'll have it 1st and 10 from the Glidden-Ralston 11. Thomasine now out of the pistol, takes a snap, gives it to Matthew Crimmins, trying right up the middle, and he's going to fall forward for maybe a yard to about the 10. Looks like they're going to mark it, right on the 10-yard line, so 1 yard gain for Matthew Crimmins on the first carry. Eaton now out of the shotgun. Going to go empty here. 2 receivers to the right and left. Eaton takes a snap, looks left to the short side of the field. Going to throw it. Has a man in coverage, and it's broken up. Intended for Ty Miracle. Well defended on the short side of the field, and a flag comes in, and it looks like it's going to move the Gaels back. Again, this is already coming into the season a young offensive line outside of senior Jacob Nealon. Then, of course, you factor in the Julian Blanco, who was slated as the starter coming into the season at 1 guard spot. And now they got Joseph Alvarez, a freshman. So you got Alvarez, a freshman, and then Hunter Singer, who made his varsity debut last week. He's a junior this year. He's slated at the other guard spot. The Gaels going to go 2 receivers right and left. Eaton back to pass on 2nd and 10. Pass caught by Miracle, though, in the end zone. Beautifully floated over the head of the defender, Ty Miracle. Says that's all right. Back us up 10 yards. Makes it easier for Thomasine to loft that ball into the end zone. And the Gaels quickly on the board. 10:47 to go, first quarter. They lead at 6-0, and now they'll go for 2. Again, more often than not, Gaels probably going to go for 2 here throughout the season, as that's kind of becoming the nature of 8-man football. But also, again, just haven't had a lot of opportunities to develop a kicker in terms of extra point tries. Here's a quick end-around handoff to the wingback, I believe Griffin Loffersweiler slotted. Well, it was either Loffersweiler or Jack Stuckey. I think that was actually Jack Stuckey on the counter carry. 2-point try, no good. So 10:47 to go, 6-0 is your score. We'll go ahead and take a quick break. Be back. You're listening to Cinnamon Football on Sunny 99.7 and YourFordDodge.com.
Locally owned and trusted, that's Swanson Hardware and Rental in Manson. For everything from lawn and garden and electrical to tackling your next big project, they've got the tools, the parts, and the know-how to help you get it done right. Need equipment? Not a problem. Their small equipment rental has you covered. Plus, paint, plumbing, and everything else you need. More than a hardware store, it's neighborly service you can count on. Swanson Hardware and Rental, 1013 Main Street in Manson. The right tools, real help, close to home.
And we're back here at Dodger Stadium. While you were away, a big return that time by the Wildcats. The ball was actually initially bobbled by Landon Whitaker, return man for Glidden-Ralston. Was able to scoop it up, got some good blocking, weaved his way all the way into Sandeman territory. They'll take over 1st and 10 at the Gaels 38. As Brody Hunt sends a man in motion now, he'll give it to the tailback. Colton Rohrbeck tries the right side. Gets the corner turn and then is ushered out of bounds at about the 35, maybe 34. For a 4-yard run by Rohrbeck, his second carry of the game. That'll bring up a 2nd and 6 for the Glidden-Ralston Wildcats. Trying to answer that quick Sandeman touchdown drive after they forced the fumble. Three receivers set to the left of Hunt. He's looking right, though, under pressure, and he gets away from a couple of Gaels, able to get forward for positive yards. A good job by that Cinnamon defense to minimize the damage there. Just a couple on the scramble by Brody Hunt. Good job by the Gaels to swarm and team tackle that time to prevent Hunt from turning that into a big play. Now it's a 3rd down and about 4. Pickup of 2 by Hunt. Again, similar set here. 3 receivers going to throw it short. Has a man on the slant pass, and this is Rohrback into the secondary. He's going to go into the end zone. Just using his speed to turn on the Jets right up the middle of the field after he caught that screen pass. Right at the line to gain. Just outran the Cinnamon defense into the end zone for the touchdown. And I believe from 32 yards out. And now the Wildcats will try for 2. Brody Hunt rolling out, looking, has a man. Ball deflected, though. Good job by Thomasine. Came in there and put pressure on Hunt. So the score is tied at 6. Just like that, again, nature of 8-man football. Points in a hurry. 9:55 to go. 6-6 is your score. We'll go ahead and take a quick break. Be back. You're listening to Cinnamon Football on Sunny 99.7 and yourforddodge.com.
Kingsgate Insurance is a proud supporter of the St. Edmond Gaels. The Kingsgate staff has a simple core purpose that drives them each day: to think differently, solve problems, and be accountable to their customers. Kingsgate has business, farm, personal, and benefit departments to cover any insurance need you have. With more than 30 company partners offering unique and competitive pricing, they'll find the right product for you. Kingsgate Insurance on Central Avenue, downtown Fort Dodge. Call 576-4321.
We're back here at Dodger Stadium. I want to take a second to thank a few of our sponsors for tonight's broadcast. I want to thank Peking Garden of Fort Dodge. They offer a Chinese food buffet like no other. They have so many options like spicy chicken, lo mein, crab rangoon, chicken on a stick, and so much more. Peking Garden is open from 11 to 8:30 p.m. Tuesday through Sunday at 2510 5th Avenue South in Fort Dodge. Also check them out on Facebook. Also want to thank Michael Samat Furniture. Customer service and quality furniture have been the focus of Michael Samat Furniture since 1953. They offer a wide selection of furniture and decor in their 18,000 square foot showroom at 3336 5th Avenue South in Fort Dodge. Short squib kick is on the way, and it goes right out of bounds. That almost seemed intentional. I think the Wildcats weren't even going to bother with trying to allow the Gaels to set up a return there, so we'll see if they take the penalty, I believe, based on the spot. Would put the ball near midfield, so why not? As it is, it looks like the mark, yeah, so the Gaels will take over 1st and 10, so back-to-back possessions for both teams here on kickoffs, starting at or near midfield. The Gaels will take over at their own 39-yard line. Wildcats started at the Cinnamon 38s after a big return. A couple plays later, Brody Hunt found Colton Rohrback for a 32-yard touchdown. We are tied at 6-6. Both teams fail in the 2-point tries. Now Thomasine going to motion a man. Now back to pass. Rolling out to his right, looking. Now he's going to have to take off and run. Throws it. Has a man downfield, and it's broken up at the last second by Landon Whitaker. In coverage, it looked like Blake Bartlett, the intended target. Rolling out to the right in the far sideline. Gaels again going from into the north end zone, right to left on your dial. So it'll be 2nd and 10 now for the Gaels, again at the 39-yard line. 9:46 to go here in the first quarter. A flurry of action so far. Glidden-Ralston fumbled on their opening series, and the Gaels punched it in a couple plays later. Then after the big return, the Wildcats were able to answer. Now here's Ian on a play fake, back to pass looking. Has a couple of different targets. Lets it go again for Bartlett, and just out of the reach of his sophomore tight end. So it'll bring up 3rd and 10. Bartlett had a step. Ian just put it a little bit too far out there for him as he tried for a diving effort, couldn't come up with it. So 3rd and 10 again for the Gaels. Thomas Ian. An up and down varsity debut for the Gaels. Again, though, 276 yards. That's certainly nothing to sneeze at. 2 touchdowns through the air, also 1 on the ground. Did have 2 interceptions, so certainly still some things to clean up. And Gaels going to go to receiver set right and left. Ian back to pass. Has time. Going to chuck it deep. One-on-one coverage and incomplete. Over the head of an intended target. Ty Miracle down the far sideline again. 4th down, so 3 straight passes. Deep shots by the Gaels. And now more than likely a punting situation here against this Glidden-Ralston defense that lost 9 of their top 11 tacklers from the 2025 season, including their top 3. As Ian, good protection, pooch punts, takes a hop at about the 20-yard line, rolls out of bounds near the 15. And that is where the Wildcats will take over 1st and 10, 9:26 to go, first quarter. Second game of the 2026 season for the Cinnamon Gaels. Season opener for Glidden-Ralston, and most of the rest of the state of Iowa here is officially week 1. The 2026 Iowa high school football season. Now 3rd series of the game for the Wildcats. Now showing pistol here is Hunt. Gives it to Rohrback, and he's crunched down after a good run up the middle, and whistle finally blows. Pickup of about 4 on that first down carry. Rohrback came shooting out of it looked like he was shot out of a cannon there, right off of center. Pickup of 4, 2nd and 6 now. Similar formation, but they flip the receivers to the right side now. Hunt looking that way, going to throw it short, incomplete, intended for Rohrback again. And like I mentioned, those 3 main players returning from last year are going to be featured heavily here for the Wildcats. And we've already seen Colton Rohrback featured a ton these first 3 series for Glidden-Ralston. Similar formation now, actually kind of a shotgun formation with Rohrback more offset to Brody Hunt to his right. Now an option play, pitch out to Rohrback. Good job by the Gaels stretching it out. Got to wrap him up though, and it's going to be close, and Rohrback able to pick up the first down by about a yard or 2. Good pursuit by the Gaels, just looks like a couple of Gaels overshot their lanes a little bit. Just got an arm on him. Couldn't quite wrap him up and pull him down short of the line to gain. So a first down carry for Colton Rohrback. And the drive continues for Glidden-Ralston. Ball now at the 26-yard line. And again, no huddle for the Wildcats. Ball hits the turf. Hunt now just going to have to do something with it, trying to get the corner turned, and he's ushered out of bounds after about a yard or 2. We're going to mark him at the 27-yard line, it looks like. Well, let's see. Yeah, 27-yard line, so pickup of a yard. 2nd and 9 now for Glidden-Ralston. .8:43 now. 6-6 is your score. 4th series of the game for the Wildcats. Hunt back to pass, rolling out to his left. Throws it back over the middle, and complete. Dangerous throw by Brody Hunt. Started rolling out to his left and then came back across his body. Kind of an awkward angle, too, throwing that football to Landon Whitaker, the intended target. Pass incomplete. It was behind Whitaker, so 3rd and 9 now at the Glidden-Ralston 27. They got to get to their own 36 for the first down. 2 receivers, twin receivers out to the left, looking that way, has Rohrback underneath. Now going to take a shot downfield and incomplete over the head of an intended target. And again, Landon Whitaker, the freshman. It's either been Whitaker or Colton Rohrback have been the offensive options here when it's not Brody Hunt. And Ty Miracle was beat by about a step. There's too much mustard on that throw by Brody Hunt. Now more than likely a punting situation here for the Wildcats. Clock stopped with 8:34 to go in the first quarter. And it'll be Ty Miracle standing at about his own 19. And now we got a timeout on the field. See here if that's an official's timeout or if, no, looks like Glidden-Ralston is going to take a quick timeout. So while they take a timeout, we'll go ahead and thank a few more of our sponsors for tonight's broadcast. Take a second to thank Party Productions. They have everything you need to customize your event. Party Productions is your premier destination of choice. From huge event tents to theatrical rentals to balloons to an almost complete line of Melissa and Doug toys and everything in between. There isn't much you can't find under our roof. We also want to thank Flooring America Design Center, your source for top quality flooring, cabinets, and countertops in Fort Dodge, Iowa. Explore their wide range of options from carpet and hardwood to tile and vinyl. Their experienced team provides expert installation and a satisfaction guarantee. We also want to thank Laufer Swiler's Funeral Home, offering professional guidance with personal and specialized attention before, during, and after the loss of a loved one. Their reputation for honesty and integrity is very well known and is their most valuable asset. So 4th and 9 now for the Wildcats. Punting formation shown. Snap and a rollout by Rohrbeck. He will kick it away. High end over and punt, and Miracle takes it at about the 22-yard line. And that is where the Gaels will take over 1st and 10. He waves for a fair catch. So the Gaels aired it out on their second series. 3 straight passes, all incomplete. All 3 passes, I believe, were more than 10 yards down the field. So Gaels trying to stretch out that Glidden-Ralston defense perhaps. See if they come back on the ground here in their 3rd series of the game. Again, though, an empty backfield, but gives it to Jack Stuckey, trying the quick counter to the right, and he's going to be run down after a short gain. Got about a yard. Second time we've seen that counter play, that inside wingback counter. 2nd and 9 now for the Gaels. Ball at the 23. Got to get to the 32 for the first down. Take a quick look at action around 8-man District 1. St. Gaels playing out of 8-man District 1 last year and this year. Ian back to pass. Takes a deep shot to Blake Bartlett, who stumbles. Well covered that time by the freshman Landon Whitaker. And again, Glidden-Ralston really keying in on the St. Edmond passing attack. We've had 2 safeties, or 2 defensive backs, I should say, over the top on every single passing attempt by the Gaels. I think I can only remember one time where the Gaels really got behind the deepest of deep defensive back for the Wildcats. As it's 3rd and 9 now for the Gaels. Matthew Crimmins next to Ian. And they'll fake it. It's going to be a keeper by Ian trying to get the corner turned on the left side, and he's going to be run out of bounds short of the 30. He's going to come up well short of the first down that time. Just tried to pick up a few yards with his legs there. It looked like almost a read option play with Crimmins heading to his right. Ian decided to keep it to his left. Couldn't get the corner turned for too much. Pick up of, they're going to say 5, but still about 4 yards short. 4th and 4. And Ian will punt. Ball set at the St. Edmond 28-yard line. Ian standing at his own 18. And now we got a timeout taken by the Gaels. And we'll go ahead and take one with them here. Take a quick break and be back. You're listening to St. Edmond football on Sunday 99.7 and yourfortdodge.com.
There's a reason Colossia Construction has been doing business in Fort Dodge since 1963. You don't build that kind of history with promises. You build it with work that speaks for itself. From projects for the Fort Dodge community and St. Edmond schools to commercial construction throughout the area, Colossia brings generations of experience to every job. They've been building a legacy of quality, craftsmanship, and trust for more than 60 years. Colossia Construction. Build it right. Build it to last. Online at colossia.com.
Gaels are going for it on fourth down. Wide open, has a man downfield. Catch is made. The Gaels with a little trickery on fourth down. Thomasine, who also filling in as a punter for the Gaels. And they rolled the dice on 4th and 4 from their own 28-yard line. A huge pickup. Well, hold on here. Officials are conferring at the 30-yard line, midfield for the 11-man size field, a 30-yard line for the 8-man size field. Talking things over here. Hopefully it wasn't an illegal formation or anything like that. Boy, that would be a kick to the shin. Oh, my, they're going to call ineligible receiver on the Gaels. The coaching staff not happy about that call. Unfortunately, that is going to negate a trick play. Back the Gaels up now, to the 24-yard line. And now more than likely, the Gaels will punt it away here with 7:29 to go first quarter. A tough break there. Had Glidden-Ralston completely fooled on that pass by Thomasine. Now they'll punt it away. Takes a high hop over the head of Colton Rohrback. He still picks it up, though. Tries to look for his blockers, and he's wrapped up and run down. Nice open field tackle. I looked like Jacob Nealon, senior for the Gaels. Nice open field tackle there after Rohrback was able to evade a couple of Gaels. He's finally run down at the Wildcat 25-yard line. That is where Glidden-Ralston will take over. 7:17 to go. Tie ball game 6-6. Looked like we were in for a shootout, and certainly the nature of 8-man football, we still could be. Wildcats fumbled on their first possession, and the Gaels, just a couple of plays later, punched it in for a touchdown. As Brody Hunt now on an option play, he's going to keep it. Cuts up field, and he's run down, actually thrown forward. Oh, boy. Was initially corralled at about the 30-yard line, and then spun forward for a couple extra yards. A gain of 8 on the run by Brody Hunt, the quarterback. Getting second year as the starter for Glidden-Ralston. Already has a touchdown pass here tonight. A 32-yard strike to senior Colton Rohrback, who now takes the handoff up the middle. Nice job wrapping up. Oh, but again, you got to bring him down. Don't let him spin forward. I think that was Blake Bartlett. Couldn't pull him down after the initial contact, and Rohrback able to spin forward and, based on the spot, has enough for the first down. Just a 2-yard run by Rohrback, but that was more than enough. And a fresh set of downs for the Wildcats, 6:32 to go. It's Hunt now out of the shotgun, flanked by Rohrback. Receiver to the far left. Oh, and then motion. Going to be the second penalty of the night on Glidden-Ralston. That'll back him up 5 yards. Bit more of a, or I should say a cleaner game, at least on the Gaels side. Unfortunately, that penalty that negated the fourth down trick play, the first penalty of the game for the Gaels. They'll go with a 3-man rush up front, at least showing initially. They will rush 3, run by Hunt, and he's going to be wrapped up and brought down for a short gain. Back to about the 32-yard line. Pickup of 2, 2nd and 13 now. And it looks like we got Jack Webster checking in at a defensive end spot. Going to give Joseph Alvarez, a freshman, a break. Actually, Webster slotted at the nose guard spot. So, yeah, looking up here at the starting roster that we initially had coming into tonight, Julian Blanco was slated to start at nose guard for the Gaels. Jack Webster in there now. Going to be a quick flare pass to Rohrback. He's wrapped up. Got to get some help, and he's finally run down. Great job in pursuit by that Cinnamon defense. Jacob Nealon and having himself a solid game defensively for the Gaels. The senior making plays. Was able to get an arm on Colton Rohrback. Held him up long enough for a couple of his friends to come over and help finish off the tackle. And a big loss on that play. Going to bring up 3rd and 22. A loss of 9 on the quick flare pass by Brody Hunt to Colton Rohrback. I believe only 2 players so far have been involved in pass plays, let alone targets. Just Colton Rohrback and then Landon Whitaker, the freshman. Those are the only 2 other players that have touched the ball besides Brody Hunt. And now we got another timeout on the field here. And again, the game in this first quarter is starting to slow down a little bit. That's the second timeout of the half by the Wildcats. And again, we're still in the first quarter. 6-6 is your score here. Again, as I mentioned, we got the Gaels forced a fumble on Glidden-Ralston's first possession. Brody Hunt fumbled the football. Gaels were able to pounce on it. A couple plays later, Thomasine, after a holding penalty actually, found Ty Miracle in the end zone from 20 yards out. Gaels failed on the 2-point try. And then on the ensuing kickoff, a big return by Landon Whitaker into Sandeman territory. And then a couple plays later, Brody Hunt was able to find Colton Rohrback on a screen pass, or excuse me, a slant pass. And then he turned that into a 32-yard touchdown run. They failed on the 2-point try as well. And that is where we stand 6-6 with 4:53 to go first quarter. 3rd and long now for the Wildcats. Throw over the middle, catch made by Rohrback, but he is corralled immediately. Gaels starting to sniff out those plays a little bit as they're, again, primarily featuring either Rohrback or Landon Whitaker. Starting to spy on him a little bit more there. Not a whole lot on that catch and run. 4th and 15 now for the Wildcats. Pick up 7. But well shy of the first down, and now a punting situation for Glidden-Ralston. Snap and the kick by Rohrback is away. Nearly blocked by Jacob Nealon as Rohrback was taking his time there, drifting over to the right. And a good bounce, though, as he bought time to allow his punt coverage team to get downfield. So ball is touched dead at the St. Edmond 15, so Wildcats able to flip the field. The one advantage to that soccer-style drifting punt there by Rohrback is that it does allow your coverage team time to get down the field, but the other thing is you got to worry about is you got that rush coming, and Jacob Nealon nearly blocked that because of the time it took for Rohrback to kick that football. Now Thomasine out of the pistol, hands it to Matthew Crimmins, waving his way, has blockers into the secondary, 25-30, 35-40, into Glidden-Ralston territory. And a Sandeman first down on the big run by Matthew Crimmins. A run of 27 yards. And the Gaels for the second time tonight into Glidden-Ralston territory. Biggest run of the season for Matthew Crimmins. Gaels with an opportunity to take their first lead of the 2026 season. Give to Crimmins again. He's into the second level. 20, 15, 10, still going, and he's finally run out of bounds inside the 5. Back-to-back big runs by Matthew Crimmins on kind of delayed handoffs. Looked like the blocking was initially pulling right. Crimmins, though, with a quick cut, a quick step, and then a cut back left. Just following his blockers, doing a nice job, weaving through traffic and then breaking into the open, and the Gaels are on the move now. 1st and goal from the 5. They're going to give to Crimmins again, trying the right side, cuts up field, driving to about the 3. A gain of 2 that time by Matthew Crimmins. Trying to do some quick field math here and get that last run. That ball was at the 38, so that's a 33-yard run by Matthew Crimmins. Got him down to the 5. So 60 yards on 2 carries for Matthew Crimmins. And now the Gaels smelling the goal line, trying to get the first lead of the game, first lead of the season it would be, in fact. There's a pitch to Crimmins, has to cut it back, and then he's run down, actually able to, well, might come up just short, and he is going to come up short of the line of scrimmage. Boy, that play was nearly blown up in a hurry as the Wildcats starting to send extra pressure here. That goal line defense, the Gaels going to have to come up with something different here if they want to try to get in the end zone and break the 6-6 tie with 2:15 and go and counting in the first quarter. Again, still in the first quarter. Had 2 quick scores, a flurry of action initially. And things started to stall as the 2 teams settled in. Gaels now 3rd and 5. And quickly, Ian here takes a snap. We're going to have a penalty here on the Gaels. Catch made. Miracle into the end zone for the touchdown, but that's going to be coming back. I think Thomas Ian did not allow his team enough time to get set. It was a pretty quick, everyone got up to the line of scrimmage, and then, yeah, so an illegal shift is what the call is. But more or less, essentially what happened there, Thomas Ian and got the guys set, but didn't give him a full second to remain set before he snapped the football. So that will negate a touchdown pass. Back him up 5 yards. Last time the Gaels got backed up on a penalty, they scored a touchdown, so we'll see if they can do it again here. 3rd and goal from the 10. 1:53 to go now in the first quarter. Again, same formation, 2 receivers right and left. Ian back to pass, takes a snap. Has a man in the middle. It's Blake Bartlett, and he's into the end zone for the St. Edmond touchdown. Blake Bartlett gives the Gaels a 12-6 lead, and that is officially their first lead of the 2026 season. They were able to tie the game. Well, actually, you know what? I should probably correct myself there. Not before I get too far ahead. I'll have to go back and look at the score. I know they tied the game against West Bend Mallard last week. It was 6-6 at one point, as Jack Stuckey coming in late, and now the Gaels forced to burn their second timeout of the half here in the first quarter, as they'll talk things over here on this 2-point try. Again, trying to make it an 8-point game. Again, these 2-point tries weigh heavily in contests like these. Again, so both times the Gaels have scored touchdowns or on plays following penalties. Again, if you remember on that first drive for the Gaels, it was a holding penalty to back the Gaels up, and then Thomas Ian found Ty Miracle from 20 yards out. And that pass coming with 10:47 to go in the first quarter, and then just moments ago, Blake Bartlett hauled in a 10-yard touchdown pass from Thomas Ian, his second of the game. 12-6 now. Gaels will go for 2. Ian out of the pistol high, snap, gives it to Crimmins, avoids a couple of tackles. He's into the end zone for the 2-point try, and the Gaels take a 14-6 lead with 1:48 to go. We'll go ahead and take a quick break and be back. You're listening to St. Edmond Football on Sunny 99.7 and your4dodge.com.
When the furnace quits at midnight or the air conditioning dies in July, True Temp picks up the phone. Over 30 years of experience serving Fort Dodge with honest HVAC and refrigeration service, residential, commercial, around the clock. Because reliable help isn't a maybe, it's a promise. Find us at TrueTempFD.com or call us at 515-570-9672.
Kick by Thomas Ian is away. It's recovered by Landon Whitaker, and he's run down from behind. That time, great pursuit by the St. Edmond Gaels. Last time the Gaels kicked off, it was bobbled by Colton Rohrback. Excuse me, it was Landon Whitaker on that first return. As I check my notes here, he was able to turn that into a big return. That time, the Gaels, though, corralled him inside the 10-yard line. So worst starting field position of the ball game for the Wildcats and for either team, in fact, all the way back at the 7-yard line of Glidden-Ralston. They will take over as the Gaels now lead at 14-6 with 1:43 to go first quarter. Gaels showing extra pressure here. They're going to rush forward now. One backs off, and Hunt escapes pressure here, weaving his way up the middle of the field, and now he's finally run down. Actually might have again been stopped behind the line of scrimmage, and if that is the case, that's a sack, as that was a pass play, it looked like, by Hunt. So actually he did get back to the line of scrimmage, so Run of 0 by Brody Hunt. 2nd and 10 now. Well, actually, no, I take that back. It was a loss of 1. So sacked by the Cinnamon defense. Now Glidden-Ralston. Again, no huddle offense here by the Wildcats. No motion to tight end over to the right side. 3 receivers set to the left. Hunt alone in the backfield, looking that way, throws it short, has Rohrback on the bubble screen, breaks a couple tackles, but then he's run out of bounds. Nice job in pursuit by this Cinnamon defense. We got a flag right off the snap. That's either encroachment by the Gaels or illegal formation by the Wildcats. One of the two. Actually, I think there's a flag on the far side as well. We'll have to wait and see. It looks like the Gaels coaching staff motioning to take them back. And no, it was illegal formation by Glidden-Ralston. Penalty declined by the Gaels as Rohrback only gained about 2 on that quick flare screen out to the far sideline. Again, the only 2 players that have been targeted here so far offensively for Glidden-Ralston in this first quarter. Colton Rohrback, the running back, then Landon Winokur, a speedy wide receiver, just a freshman. So he's lined up to the right now. A quick dump pass over to Rohrback on the far side, but nice job in pursuit by this swarming Cinnamon defense. Try to see who wrapped him up initially there. Looks like Gavin McLean, the freshman, having a nice game at linebacker. Came flying over there in pursuit and slowed up Rohrback before he was finished off by a couple other Gaels. Just a short gain on the play. It's going to bring up 4th and 6 and another punt forced by this Cinnamon defense. As the Wildcats hustling players in, got plenty of time on the play clock. As Rohrback rolling out. Actually, this is a new punter, nearly blocked. And Miracle going to get away from it as it rolls into Cinnamon territory. Still going, in fact. Wonder if Breeze has picked up and pushed that ball a little bit. Boy, the other thing you got to worry about when those players, the punters, are rolling out like that is late kicks could also result in players mistiming, trying to block that punt and end up getting a roughing the punter call. Very fortunate that time. I believe it was number 30, Henry Sturm. First time we've called his name tonight. Again, he was one of the players we had spotlighted coming into this contest, one of the 3 key players returning for Glidden-Ralston here this year. Here's a handoff by Crimmins, trying the left side again on a cutback at about midfield. Then he's finally run down from behind by a couple of tacklers. And another nice run and a first down by Cinnamon, and they are starting to figure things out here on the ground. Right at the end of the first quarter, big runs by Matthew Crimmins and this Cinnamon offense, and they're on the move. We played 14-6 is your score. St. Edmond with the lead. We'll go ahead and take a quick break and be back. You're listening to St. Edmond Football on Sunny 99.7 and YourFortDodge.com.
Big news! Fort and Schlegel CPA is now Trailhead CPAs and Advisors. While our name has changed, our commitment to being your trusted advisor remains the same. We're still focused on you and your business, not just handling accounting tasks, but guiding your financial journey with expert advice and real-time solutions. Visit us at facebook.com/MWAG Advisors.
Here live at Dodger Stadium, just underway in the second quarter of play. 14-6 is your score. Cinnamon with the lead over Glidden-Ralston. While you're away, Matthew Crimmins tried the right side on a stretch play. Was tackled actually from behind and lost a yard. Crimmins in his previous 3 carries have gone 27, 33, and 11. Prior to that run, 2nd and 11 now for the Gaels right at midfield. Trying to add to their 14-6 lead. Going to take a shot downfield to Ty Miracle. Makes the catch. Oh, but is it out of bounds? And they're going to say no. He got a toe in right along that sideline, that rope. Filling in for the sideline, that makeshift sideline on the near side of the field. The Gaels now going to the south end zone. Left to right on your dial. And a big catch by Ty Miracle on the throw, where only Miracle could go get it. There was actually a defender for Glidden-Ralston closing in a hurry there, and Miracle went up and grabbed it for the 19-yard reception. And the Gaels with a fresh set of downs. 1st and 10 now from the 21-yard line, 22-yard line actually. High snap. Thomasine, though, has to fall on it, and he does. Boy, that's a backbreaker of a play there. Loss of a bunch of yards on that one. All the way back to the 33-yard line. 12-yard loss on the high snap. Haven't seen too many of those tonight, at least ones that have been in danger of getting away like that one just did. And Jacob Nealon has had a solid game so far tonight. Starting center for the Gaels. Thomasine now, much better snap that time. Going to throw it short. High throw. Catch made by, I believe, Jack Webster. Shifts away from a couple of would-be tacklers and falls forward. Gets decent yardage on that catch and run. Back to about the 25-yard line. Pickup of about 8 on the reception. Again, trying to double, keeping stats here while calling the game. Again, Lance Lennon, my color commentator, off tonight. He's out of town. He'll be back next week. I'm pulling double duty here as 3rd and long for the Gaels. Play fake. Ian back to pass. Throws it. Has a man over the middle. Catch made by Ty Miracle. Going to be short of the first down. Catch made at about the 15. Just on the positive side of the 15-yard line. About 3 yards shy of the first down. It'll be 4th and they're going to call it 4. A very short 4 for the Gaels. It looks like the marker is just shy of the 11-yard line. Gaels obviously going to go for it here. Ball at the 15. 9:29 and counting. Pistol formation. Crimmins takes it. Oh, but he fumbles the football. And the Gaels going to fall on it, but it's not going to matter. Tough break there because I think Crimmins actually had a lane to his left. And that has been where the Gaels have had their best luck running the football, is to that left side. And again, had a window, but just a bad exchange on the handoff there, and a turnover on downs forced by this Glidden-Ralston defense. Loss of a yard on the play. And a big stop by this Glidden-Ralston defense. Again, trying to win their first road game since October 11th of 2024. Coming into tonight, since the 2020 season, Glidden-Ralston just 2-4 in season openers. Got some stats on the Gaels here tonight. Is Brody Hunt going to keep it? Actually, no, that's Rohrback on a Wildcat. Option play. No, that is Hunt. I saw the one there. Couldn't see the 2. And do we have a flag here? Had whistles coming in. Got a flag on the far side, it looks like. And it is against the Wildcats. So that'll back them up. And so illegal formation by the Wildcats. Backs them up 5, so that negates the option run by Brody Hunt. 1st and 15 now for Glidden-Ralston. Cinnamon Gaels again trying to pick up their first win of the season here tonight, following a loss, I should say just in general in terms of second games since 2020. Cinnamon Gaels 4-2 overall. Here's a catch made by Landon Whitaker, and now it's going to be a foot race across midfield to the 30-20. 15-10-5, and he is into the end zone for a touchdown. Just a quick out. Oh, there's a flag on the field. It was just a quick out to Landon Whitaker. Boy, I tell you what, that is going to be a name to remember for Glidden-Ralston fans. Just burned the Cinnamon defense there. I think there might have also been a breakdown in coverage at some point. Because, I mean, Whitaker on that catch had nobody around him. on the near sideline, but that is going to be all for naught. Holding, it was either holding or an illegal block by Glidden-Ralston, and again, that's just a killer penalty if you're first-year head coach Tony Napierella for Glidden-Ralston. Negates what would have been a 65-yard touchdown pass. And it is now back to first and 13, actually, for Glidden-Ralston, as Hunt now will try Rohrback, who bounces to the outside and the near side, runs into a Gael tackler, and then run out of bounds after a pickup of about 4 or 5. Like Ty Miracle and Gavin McLean in there on the stop. Took that from the 12-yard line out to about the 17, so a pickup of 5. 2nd and 8 now for the Wildcats. They'll go trips to the right. One tight end also lined up to the left for Glidden-Ralston, so Hunt alone on the backfield. Junior quarterback takes the snap, looking right now under pressure, and he's going to be corralled. Need to bring him down. Oh, he throws it away under duress. We'll see if that's intentional grounding or not. He did get it away. Wasn't outside the tackle box. I mean, it was basically he dropped back, tried to step right up in the middle of the pocket, and was immediately hit by 2 Gaels. Instead of taking the loss in the play, he decided to throw it away, and regardless, that's going to end up being a loss on the intentional grounding, so that actually ends up losing the Wildcats even more yards in the process. They'll be backed up inside their own 10-yard line all the way back to the 6 now. 3rd and long for the Wildcats. 3rd and 19 on the scoreboard. 8:46 to go in the first half. But again, if you're the Gaels now, 8-man football, 3rd and long. Got to keep things in front. 4 receivers, 2 right and the left. Hunt under pressure, forced to roll out to his right. It's going to be a foot race to the sideline. He's run down from behind, right near the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play. It's going to bring a 4th down, and Hunt, slow to get up, is able to walk off to the sideline. And no doubt going to be a punting situation here for the Wildcats now. 4th down from the 5. I believe have to confer on that one, but I believe that's going to go down as a sack. That was a pass attempt by Hunt, just forced out of the pocket there. Now Rohrback rolling out and going to kick it away low, end over and punt. This might be a chance for Miracle to return it on the hop, and he gets to the midfield, waving upfield now to the far sideline to the 30, cutting back towards midfield, runs into a couple tacklers, still going to the 25, 15, and then run down, runs out of gas at about the 15-yard line. Ty Miracle with a shifty return finally got a chance to return a punt, and we got a Wildcat down at about the 22. He's able to hop back up. But a nice return by Ty Miracle, and the Gaels with another chance here. Had their last drive stall at about the 15-yard line, and there they are again right at the 15, but they'll have it 1st and 10 now. 7:50 to go in the second quarter, leading 14-6. And as I mentioned, the Cinema Gaels, since the 2020 season, 4-2 in Week 2 games, 4-1 at home. Just a 1 road loss coming to West Bend Mallard back in 2022. As Ian takes the snap, fakes the handoff. He's going to keep himself trying the left side, but then slips. Had a defender barreling down at him. That was Colby Siebenaller, junior linebacker. So Ian figured discretion was the better part of valor there. Did slip regardless, end up losing a yard on the run. So 2nd and 11 now for the Gaels. That 15-yard line here, these last couple of possessions have been tough to get past for the Cinnamon offense. Here's a give to Crimmins, though. He's got room on the right side to the 15 to the 10. Diving ahead to about the 7-yard line is Matthew Crimmins. Looked like Glidden-Ralston kind of got sucked in on that carry. And that play by the Gaels, Crimmins just bounced to the outside, saw green grass ahead of him. A big run that time, pickup of about 9. It's going to be 3rd and 2 from the 7-yard line. Got to get to the 5 for the first down. 4-down territory for the Gaels. Certainly would like to avoid that, though, on this play here. Empty backfield for the Gaels. 2 receivers, right and left. Ian back to pass, under pressure. Chucks it deep. Has a man, though. Catch in the end zone. Touchdown. St. Edmond Gaels. Ty Miracle hauls it in. Ian just buying time. Had a blitzing linebacker the last second. Just had to step to his right. Saw Ty out of the corner of his eye at the last second. Chucked it up there. And again, putting it only where Ty could go up and grab it into the end zone for the touchdown. And that is Ty Miracle's second touchdown catch of the ball game. And the St. Edmond Gaels add to their lead. 20-6 now is your score. Now the Gaels go for 2. Is there? Now Ian with the chance to run. He's going to tuck it upfield, and he will get into the end zone for the 2-point conversion. And the Gaels now 2 for 3 on 2-point tries. They lead it 22-6 now is your score with 6:29 to go in the first half. We'll go ahead and take a quick break and be back. You're listening to St. Edmond Football on Sunny 99.7 and yourforddodge.com.
When the furnace quits at midnight or the air conditioning dies in July, True Temp picks up the phone. Over 30 years of experience serving Fort Dodge with honest HVAC and refrigeration service, residential, commercial, around the clock. Because reliable help isn't a maybe, it's a promise. Find us at TrueTempFD.com or call us at 515-570-9672.
And we're back here at Dodger Stadium as Thomas Ian gets set to kick off for the Gaels. 6:29 to go. 22-6 is your score. And actually it was Griffin Loffersweiler who hauled in on that touchdown pass by Thomas Ian, his 3rd of the night. Gaels now 2 for 3 on the night and 2-point tries as Thomas Ian ran that one in. And now Ian with a short kickoff. That one's going to take a hop at about the 15 and scooped up, and just a short return that time by number 7, Jackson Whitaker. One of 4 seniors for this Glidden-Ralston 2026 roster. Probably, well, he had to pick it up regardless, but again, it was right there along the sideline. Probably could have waited a half second longer to see if it rolled out of bounds, but again, with the return team barreling down on him, decided to scoop it up, get what he could. So the Wildcats will take over at the 19-yard line as the Gaels add to their lead now again, 22-6. Have the Loffersweilers halftime show coming up. About 6 minutes and 26 seconds of game time. As Hunt out of the shotgun gives it to Whitaker, trying the left side, and he's corralled down. No, still going, reverses field. Breaks a couple of tackles, trying to get the corner, turn to the outside. It's going to be a foot race now between him and Ty Miracle. Into the second level, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown. Oh my goodness, the Gaels got about 3 or 4 paws on him, but nobody could wrap him up. Looked like Colton Rohrback was dead to rights on that left side. And then the Gaels just over-pursued. Nobody was able to get 2 hands on him. And Colton Rohrback, just like that, takes it in for the touchdown. I believe, I'll have to check on the official total there, but I believe that was unofficially a 55-yard touchdown run by Colton Rohrback. And now Wildcats go for 2. And we got a stoppage of play here. Looked like it was going to be a quick pitch out on the snap by the center over to Landon Whitaker. And they're running the swinging gate formation, are the Wildcats, on this 2-point try. And I don't know if there was a play clock issue or what the deal was. No penalty, it looks like, on the play. No timeout, so not sure why. There's a stoppage here, 6:09 to go. Again, boy, the St. Edmond defense had Rohrback corralled for what would have been probably no gain, if not a loss. Just missed tackles, breakdown in pursuit, and Rohrback, the speedy senior, able to turn that into a 50-plus yard touchdown run. Or excuse me, Rohrback is a junior. And Hunt now back to pass, and he's under pressure, throws it, and intended for Whitaker, who just probably not expecting that pass, as Hunt just under pressure, just had to get rid of it. So 2-point try, no good. 0 for 2 tonight are the Wildcats. We'll go ahead and take another quick break. Just like that, 22-12 now is your score, 6:09 to go. You're listening to Sandeman Football on Sunny 99.7 and yourfortdodge.com. And we're back here at Dodger Stadium. While you're away, Ty Miracle with the kick return. And a short return out to about the 17-yard line. That is where the Gaels will take over 1st and 10 with 6:03 to go in the first half. Gaels now leading at 22-12 after a 61-yard touchdown run by Colton Rohrback. 2-point try, no good. Second time tonight that the Wildcats have failed. Rohrback has both touchdowns for Glidden-Ralston. Now Ian out of the pistol, gives it to Crimmins, trying the right side, and he was a shoestring tackle away from picking up another big run. That cut down for a gain of about 2, maybe 3. I'm going to call it 2nd and 8 officially at the 19. Gaels started to figure some things out here in this first half in the run game. 5:34 and counting. Gaels and Wildcats both with 1 timeout remaining. As Ian takes a snap, they're going to give it to Crimmins again, trying the left side. Now cut back up the middle. Now working his way back left, and he's run down near the line to gain. Nice job by Crimmins, just weaving in and out of that Glidden-Ralston defense, following his blockers, and a nice run. And enough for the first down. 8-yard run by Matthew Crimmins. Fresh set of downs for the Gaels out to the 28-yard line. High snap. Give to Crimmins now on a stretch play left, but he's cut down shy of the line of scrimmage. Going to lose about a yard or 2 that time. As the Wildcats bringing extra pressure. Going to be a loss of 2. Trying to keep track of stats here again, like I said, trying to pull double duty here, keeping track of stats and calling the game here. 2nd and 11, so a loss of 1 on that run. As they'll give it to Crimmins again, this time into the second level, across the 35, and tackled, and finally run down into Glidden-Ralston territory across midfield to about the 38, 37-yard line. Matthew Crimmins that time looked like he was shot out of a cannon. Had a gaping hole left to center. Burst through that Glidden-Ralston defense. A big run out to the 37-yard line. 10-yard run by Matthew Crimmins. Actually, no, I take that back. A 15-yard run. He now going to give it to Jack Stuckey. Lost the football. Oh, and it's scooped up by another Gael. And he's finally run down. Stuckey on that counter play out of the wingback position. Well, it's either Jack Stuckey on the counter. Now he's a little slow, heading back to the huddle. Either Matthew Crimmins or Blake Bartlett, couldn't see the number there, who recovered the fumble, fortunately for the Gaels. Loss of a couple. Going to bring up 2nd and 13 now. So loss of 3 on the run. Now Ian back to pass, going to take a shot, has a man. Oh, and this is going to be broken up by the Gale receiver. Just a miscommunication that time by Thomas Ian on the throw. Threw it inside that time to his intended targets, and the only person there waiting for the football defensively was number 7, Jackson Whitaker. Thought he was going to have an interception. Ty Miracle had to come flying in and play pass defense. And that'll make it 3rd and 13 now for the Gaels. Ball on the positive side of midfield. We have officially marked at the 40-yard line. Ball is on the Glidden-Ralston side of the 40. So 3rd and long for the Gaels. Ian now going to keep it himself, and he's corralled again right at midfield. No gain on the play. He might have lost half a yard. So 4th and long for the Gaels. We'll see if they decide to play field position here with a 10-point lead. And under 3 minutes to go in the first half. Or if they roll the dice here at midfield. And they do have a timeout. Glidden-Ralston with one as well. 15-14 and counting. Gaels taking their time here. And more than likely, yeah, they are going to, as much time as they were taking, figured they were going to take a timeout. And that gives us a chance to mention, coming up at halftime, for our halftime interview, Connoisseur Media Sports Director Joe Jaden sat down with Cinnamon Gaels boys and girls cross country coach Mike Zalot. Again, that'll be our halftime interview coming up at the break. It's part of our Loffersweiler's halftime show. I'm going to take a second to thank Loffersweiler's, our sponsor for halftime shows throughout this season. Loffersweiler's Funeral Home, offering professional guidance with personal and specialized attention before, during, and after the loss of a loved one. Their reputation for honesty and integrity is very well known and is their most valuable asset. Also, before I forget, do want to mention, in between the first and third quarters, you hear soundbite from St. Miguel's head football coach Matt Dillon. Our sound of the game is brought to you by Wheelchair Dynamics. With a full range of medical equipment and supplies, you'll find affordable quality solutions for all your home and healthcare needs. Wheelchair Dynamics is located at 1406 A Street West in Fort Dodge, next to Tom Thumb Restaurant. So now 4th down for the Gaels, and they are showing punts. 4th and 13, ball at midfield. Snap and kick is away by Ian, end over end punt, and it lands at about the 21 of Glidden-Ralston. Well, we'll see where it went out of bounds. And actually, they're going to move it up to the 24. 2:29 to go in the first half. See if that Sandeman defense can regroup here and keep this at a 10-point lead for the green and white. So I should say green and gold. And the Sandeman Gaels, kind of a mix of Notre Dame colors and almost San Francisco 49ers looking helmets. That gold and green and white trimming on the helmets. Green jerseys, gold pants, gold numbers with white trim. Again, that makes it tough to see some of the numbers out there on the field. Here's a screen pass to Colton Rohrback, and again, he's into the second level, tripped up, a touchdown saving tackle. Oh my goodness, as he was cutting back, and now Rohrback actually slow to get up. Trying to see who made that tackle. There, I think it was Thomas Ian. They got a paw on him. The last second, a diving effort, because Rohrback actually had the angle. That catch is made on the left side, near sideline for Glidden-Ralston, going to the north end zone. And then again, Rohrback with that quick change of speed, cut back against the grain, caught the Gaels over pursuing, and nearly turned it into another big play. And he is slow to get over to the sideline there. Might have got, it looks like it was maybe his leg or knee, hoping maybe just a cramp, and it does look like that's what's happening there as he's getting checked out on the sideline. So timeout, I believe, for injury, as it doesn't look like the Wildcats were forced to burn their last timeout. Ball at midfield. So that is a pickup of 11 on the reception by Rohrback. And again, I've only seen 2 different receivers targeted here by Glidden-Ralston so far in this first half. Colton Rohrback and then Landon Whitaker, the speedy freshman receiver. Now Rohrback forced out, though, so we'll see what the Wildcats have to do here. as a new running back in there alongside Brody Hunt, who's now out of the shotgun. Sends a man in motion. Bunch formation here, and they will get, no, this is going to be Hunt on the keeper, one-on-one, and it's going to be Hunt run down for no gain. Actually lost yardage in that play. Good job in pursuit. Trying to see if that was Gavin McLean again, and that was. He throws him down for a loss of 3 on the play. 2nd and 13 now. Ball at the Glidden-Ralston 37, and they're saying we'll move the clock. They'll take us near the 2-minute mark here. So the Wildcats did not have to burn that timeout after the injury to Rohrback, who is now up and moving on the sidelines. As Hunt's now out of the shotgun and bobbled here. Hunt still has the football, though, trying to get the corner turn to the near side to the left, and he's run out of bounds after a short gain. We got close to the original line of scrimmage, and they are going to actually give him the spot there right at midfield. Gain of 3 by Brody Hunt. Clock will stop, 1:54 to go, but now it's 3rd down and 10 for the Wildcats. They got to get to the Cinnamon 30 for the first down. And we'll get a couple of score updates as the Fort Dodge Dodgers, I mentioned they're taking on Mason City on the road. That game on 92 Rock and yourfortdodge.com. Meanwhile, and there's a jump, no flag. There's a quick throw, and it's incomplete, so a break for the Gaels there. The Gaels kind of let up a little bit because they saw Glidden-Ralston player, I believe it was a receiver, move early. No flag, no stoppage. And that pass by Brody Hunt was short of his intended receiver, who actually had a step in the Gaels secondary. 4th down and a break for the Gaels, and now punt formation shown by Glidden-Ralston with 1:50 to go, so a chance perhaps for the Gaels to try and put in a score here to end the half and extend their lead back to 16, if not more. And a flag is going to be motion against Glidden-Ralston. High end over and punt by Colton Rohrback, who's back in. And it takes a hop, and it will roll inside the 10 to about the 8. If you're the Gaels, I don't know, you're probably going to make them punt it again here. As there was, looked like a wing, player lined up as like a wing back. Started motioning from left to right and then actually started moving upfield as the ball was being snapped. So it's going to be a procedure penalty against Glidden-Ralston. That'll back him up 5 yards, and we'll have to do it again. Again, the Gaels will take their chances here and hope for perhaps maybe a mistake or punt that doesn't go quite as far or gives Ty Miracle another chance to return it. Chance for his 2nd return of the night. And again, man in motion. That time he doesn't go forward. This time Rohrback going to get a punt away, end on over end. Miracle perhaps with a chance to play it off the bounce, but it's going to let it go into the end zone for a touchback. So there you go. And thanks to that penalty, the ball had been spotted at the 8-yard line, and now the Gaels will take over 1st and 10 at the 15, so they get a net of 8 after taking the penalty there. 1:28 to work with, but no timeouts. Cinnamon has certainly been the more capable passing offense here tonight. But again, though, you don't want to risk giving the ball right back to Glidden-Ralston on 3 straight incompletions. So we'll see what they set up here with as Ian out of the pistol. Going to give it to Crimmins, trying the right side. Weaving his way, breaks a couple tackles at the 25 and across the 30-yard line and about the 32-yard line before he's finally run down. And there's a nice play to start the possession. Get the clock running and pick up a chunky yardage there on 1st down. Fresh set of downs. Clock temporarily stopped. Now running. 1:13 to go. It's a gain of 20. A gain of 17, I should say. Pass and over the head of the intended target. I believe it was Blake Bartlett, and now he's cramping up at about the 30, and a flag, late flag coming in. Meantime, that was a 17-yard carry by Matthew Crimmins, who I believe is over the 100-yard mark here in the first half. Have to double check those stats. 1:01 to go. It'll be 2nd and 10 for the Gaels. Ball at the 32-yard line. Actually 31, so take that back. It's a 16-yard run by Crimmins as Blake Bartlett being attended to. near the Glidden-Ralston sideline. Does seem to be okay. Looks like it's just a cramp. He stopped in his tracks after that pass by Thomasine was intended for him, went over his head, went down immediately. And now he's gingerly walking over towards the Gaels sideline again, probably just a cramp. Same case as Colton Rohrback, who's back out on the field defensively now. Well, hold on. Thought I saw one there. Yeah, that is a one. So Rohrback out there defensively for the Wildcats. As Bartlett comes out now. First and 10 for the Gaels. Ball at the, actually, 34-yard line. Well, hold on here. No, there was a flag on the play. Actually, that penalty was against Glidden-Ralston. I missed the call. So that must have been some kind of personal foul penalty against Glidden-Ralston. That's a 15 free yards for the Gaels, and they are into the Wildcat territory. Ball at the Glidden-Ralston 34. As Thomasine now takes a snap, back to pass, under pressure, lets it go. Down the far sideline and incomplete, intended. Trying to see. Ty Miracle, I believe, was the intended target on the far sideline. A leaping effort just over his outstretched hands. So they'll bring up 2nd and 10 now. So I try to quick update my stats here. 2nd and 10 now for the Gaels. Ball at the 34-yard line, 56 seconds to go. Ian back to pass. Has time, going to throw it short, and and the catch is made at about the 31-yard line to the underneath receiver. Clock and a run, though. Pickup of about 3. No, they're only going to call it 2. Boy, I thought he caught it about the 31-yard line, but they moved it back a yard. So just a 2-yard completion. Clock running, 3rd and 8 now. Ian takes a snap, about 30 seconds to go in the half. Back to pass, has time, going to chuck it deep. Man-to-man coverage. Catch is made by Ty Miracle into the end zone. Or is that Griffin Loffersweiler for the touchdown? Regardless, it's a St. Edmond touchdown. Trying to see who it was that made the catch. We'll get the number here in a second again. The 2, the 3, and the 8 are so hard to see down there. We'll try and get who scored that touchdown in just a second. 22 seconds to go, though. The St. Edmond Gaels with a big touchdown pass from Thomasine, a 32-yard strike, and they now lead it 28-12. 22 seconds to go, and now they'll go for 2. What a throw and a catch, and then the run. And now the Gaels, the ball bobbled and picked up and still bobbled. And Matthew Crimmon's still going, reversing field at about the 15-10, and then he's finally corralled. Just bobbling and doing everything he could to keep it alive. Picked it up all the way back to the 20-yard line on that bobbled exchange. Crimmon's weaving all the way back across field to the far side, then finally run down at about the 11. Probably about 30 yards worth of running for a loss of about 8 on the play. But as it stands, 22 seconds to go in the half. 28-12 is your score. We'll go ahead and take a quick break and be back. You're listening to St. Edmond football on Sunny 99.7 and yourfortdodge.com.
There's a reason Colasia Construction has been doing business in Fort Dodge since 1963. You don't build that kind of history with promises. You build it with work that speaks for itself. From projects for the Fort Dodge community and St. Edmond schools to commercial construction throughout the area, Colasia brings generations of experience to every job. They've been building a legacy of quality, craftsmanship, and trust for more than 60 years. Colasia Construction. Build it right. Build it to last. Online at Colasia.com.
At your house, they're not just pets, they're family. Family Pet Medical Center gets that. From routine care to advanced treatments like laser therapy for arthritis, injuries, and more. They deliver modern veterinary medicine with genuine compassion. Dogs, cats, birds, reptiles, even your tiniest sidekicks. They're all welcome at Family Pet Medical. They don't just fix problems, they help prevent them. Family Pet.
Now here's a pooch kick by Ian. It actually goes out of bounds at about the 30-yard line. I'm assuming the Wildcats will go ahead and take the spot there on the kick. Wildcats do have a timeout to work with here, but 22 seconds. Their most successful pass plays tonight have been just kind of broken plays and just get the ball to Colton Rohrback and let him make a play. And 28-12 is your score. Ball going to be spotted at the 35, so they do take the penalty. So the Wildcats, again, 22 seconds to work with. Ball at the Glidden-Ralston 35-yard line. 28-12 is your score now. Gaels with the lead. 2-point try, no good. See what Brody Hunt and the Wildcats can do here. Again, coming up is our Law for Smiler's halftime show. Connoisseur Media Sports Director Joe Jaden sat down with Cinnamon Gaels boys and girls cross country coach Mike Zalat. As Hunt, alone in the backfield, takes a snap under heavy pressure right away. Pass intended for Colton Rohrback. Dangerous there as it bounces off his fingertips there. One-handed effort by Rohrback. And dangerously close to being picked off by that Cinnamon secondary as they're dropping back in coverage now. Wildcats going to go 3 receivers to the left of Hunt, 1 tight end to the right. Hunt alone in the backfield, takes a snap under pressure right away, and he's going to be sacked for a loss. And we'll see if that's the final play of the half. Hunt loses about 6 on the sack. That's got to be at least 3 or 4 sacks now tonight for this Cinnamon defense. And clock running, and that will do it. So the Cinnamon defense with the stand there, and they will preserve a 28-12 lead at the break. The Cinnamon Gaels with the lead, trying to get their first win of the 2026 season. Again, they lead at 28-12 over Glidden-Ralston. We'll be back after a short break. You're listening to St. Edmond Football on Sunny 99.7 and yourfortdodge.com.
Customer service and quality furniture have been the focus at Micah Samat Furniture since 1953. When you're looking for the perfect piece to complete your home, stop in and check out our massive 18,000 square foot showroom. It's packed with options that can be customized to fit your style and comfort. We even offer special financing with qualified credit and the guaranteed lowest prices. Micah Samat Furniture, Business Highway 20, Fort Dodge. Micah Samat, transforming homes one piece at a time.
At your house, they're not just pets, they're family. Family Pet Medical Center gets that. From routine care to advanced treatments like laser therapy for arthritis, injuries, and more. They deliver modern veterinary medicine with genuine compassion. Dogs, cats, birds, reptiles, even your tiniest sidekicks. They're all welcome at Family Pet Medical. They don't just fix problems, they help prevent them. Family Pet Medical Center, 2807 North 15th, Fort Dodge. Care that keeps pets healthier, so they're by your side longer. Kingsgate Insurance is a proud supporter of the St. Edmond Gaels. The Kingsgate staff has a simple core purpose that drives them each day: to think differently, solve problems, and be accountable to their customers. Kingsgate has business, farm, personal, and benefit departments to cover any insurance need you have. With more than 30 company partners offering unique and competitive pricing, they'll find the right product for you. Kingsgate Insurance on Central Avenue, downtown Fort Dodge. Call 576-4321. Locally owned and trusted, that's Swanson Hardware and Rental in Manson. For everything from lawn and garden and electrical to tackling your next big project, they've got the tools, the parts, and the know-how to help you get it done right. Need equipment? Not a problem. Their small equipment rental has you covered. Plus, paint, plumbing, and everything else you need. More than a hardware store, it's neighborly service you can count on. Swanson Hardware and Rental, 1013 Main Street in Manson. The right tools, real help, close to home.
The Gaels are gearing up to dominate the gridiron, and Jaden Electric is here to power up their game. Just like the St. Edmond Gaels, Jaden has the energy, the spark, and the unbeatable drive to succeed. From touchdowns to epic tackles, Jaden Electric is here to cheer on the Gaels every step of the way. Jaden's team of skilled electricians knows the power of dedication and teamwork. When you need electrical services as reliable as a game-winning touchdown, remember Jaden Electric. They're powering victory for the St. Edmond Gaels.
Financial advisor Caden McClintock with Trusted Advisors Wealth Management helps people prepare for retirement with clear, personal strategies built around their lives. He focuses on creating plans designed to provide confidence, not confusion, so you can enjoy the years you've worked so hard for. Learn more at TrustedAdvisorsWM.com from Trusted Advisors Wealth Management in Fort Dodge. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Osaic Wealth Inc. Member FINRA SIPC. Osaic Wealth is separately owned, and other entities and/or marketing names, products, or services referenced here are independent of Osaic Wealth.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Sunny 99.7 studios. I'm Sports Director Joe Jade, and we were at halftime between St. Edmond and Glidden-Ralston. You're listening to the Lawfers-Weiler Halftime Show, and joining me now is St. Edmond girls and boys cross country coach Mike Zalat. Mike, how you doing this evening?
I'm living a dream, man.
Well, you got your season underway yesterday. You were at the Southeast Valley Invitational at Gowrie. Your boys get 6th. Regarding individuals, Eric Larson was 12th for you. You also had Gordon Seeden medal as he finished 16th. Other Gaels that you had running yesterday included Ethan Seibert, Aiden Reel, along with Andrew Barwin, Abram Ribbons, and Dylan Brokaw. Coach, your overall thoughts on yesterday for your boys?
We're further along than I thought at this point. I thought we did really well, especially those guys that you mentioned. Gordon and Aiden and Ethan all had PRs. That's exciting on your first race of the year. Gordon has really closed the gap on Eric, I think, since the beginning of the season. But both those guys, in fact, our top 4 guys all worked hard this summer, and it showed. So it's not a big secret in cross country. There's an old saying that summer miles bring fall smiles, and adage certainly lived up to its billing last night. And for both of our genders, you can just tell the people that put in the work are the ones that are going to reap the benefits. And the other guys that maybe didn't quite put in the miles, we're going to move them along here. And we got a nice little baseline, and we can use this information to develop a program for our team now going forward and work on the things we need to work on to get better. But, I really saw some competitive edge out of some of these guys that I haven't seen up to this point, which is really exciting. And the other thing is the guys are excited. That's what makes me happy is you can tell that I think they feel like maybe the goals that they might have set for themselves individually or for the team, maybe we weren't shooting high enough. And I think they're going to kind of reevaluate that. And I think they're excited to get back to work.
On your girls' side, Grace Schlegel was 11th, 22 minutes, 42.69 seconds. Junior Naomi Vallis, 15th, 22 minutes, 58.80 seconds. You also had May Picorni running, Greenlee Crimmins, Lily Eslick, Alex Lighting, and Adeline Bangert. Your overall thoughts on your girls yesterday?
I don't know if we ran quite as well as the boys, but I think the girls ran pretty well. Naomi, I think, had a really good race. May also PR'd. May jumped up to our 3rd position. She was our 8th runner last year. And, we only lost Anna Larson, so you think that would bump her up to 7. However, we didn't have Greenlee run in the postseason last year, so you kind of figure she's still back at 8. But she put the work in this summer once again. So as did Grace and Naomi. And the thing with our girls, though, is a little bit different than our boys. And this is just me stating facts. But we got girls that are doing cheerleading. We've had this for years now. And we got girls doing double duty. And they've upped their game in cheerleading earlier this year than in the past because homecoming is so early. So they're spending a lot more time right now doing cheerleading than when they would, normally at this time of year, which is awesome. Our cheerleading program is phenomenal, and we want them involved in that. And then we got 3 girls that are also doing tennis. One of those girls is doing cheerleading and tennis. And then we also have 8 of our girls are in the show choir. And we got a new show choir director, and he's phenomenal and fantastic. They had a couple camps this summer at the beginning of our season. We had to have 2 practices because of those girls doing that. So we just got a lot of girls being pulled in different directions right now. And so we got to be a little bit more patient with them. And I certainly, me and Coach Tracy will do that. So it's a work in progress a little bit more with the girls because of how busy they are.
St. Edmond coach Mike Zalat here with me at halftime of the St. Edmond and Glidden-Ralston game. You're listening to Lawfers-Weiler halftime show. I always thought college athletes, a Division I college athlete, no matter what the sport is, if you're playing a sport and you're also taking classes, it's like you're doing 2 full-time jobs. I almost get the feeling these St. Edmond athletes are doing the same thing, whatever sport it is. They're playing multiple sports. They're doing cheer. They're doing this. They're doing that. I mean, in a way, it's good for these kids mentally that they're going to learn how to function as adults because they did all this stuff in high school. But on the other hand, they just got to be overwhelmed.
Yeah, a little bit. It's crazy. I've had multiple conversations, like I said, particularly with girls, but even some of our boys that are involved. And some of these kids, by the way, are in student council. So they are the ones that plan the homecoming events and things like that. So we got to throw that in the mix as well. But it is weird that I've had the multiple conversations and they think college is almost easier. They certainly know how to manage their time when they get there. That's typically not an issue. And it's almost like, what do I do with all this free time? Just kudos to these kids. And it's a beautiful thing teaching and coaching at a 1A school because we have to share these kids. And God bless them for all they do.
St. Edmond cross country will be in action next September 1st at the Webster City Invite. Mike, I appreciate a few moments of your time here this evening. Best of luck here September 1st.
Appreciate y'all what you do for not only our program, Joe, but our entire school. So thank you.
Thank you. St. Edmond cross country coach Mike Zalat here with me on the Lawfers-Weiler halftime show. We're at halftime between St. Edmond and Glidden-Ralston. We'll take a break. When we come back, Alex Nagel, Lance Lennon will take a look at the first half stats. Back in a moment here on Sunny 99.7.
At Lawfers-Weiler Funeral Home in Fort Dodge, we've been serving families for over 160 years, and we are proud to continue that tradition. When you call us, you'll find comfort, care, and dependable service, because we believe that's what every family deserves. Remember, planning ahead can make a difficult time much easier for the people you love. We offer no-cost pre-planning and prepaid options to give you peace of mind. Let us help you. Lawfers-Weiler Funeral Home, here for you since 1856.
For over 85 years, Farm Bureau Financial Services has served farmers and ranchers. They get to know you, providing the coverage needed for your farm, ranch, crops, livestock, and more. Find out why they've been the #1 ag insurer, protecting more than 42,000 farms and ranches for over 25 years. Call Farm Bureau agent Danielle Lynch in Fort Dodge at 515-955-1050. #1 ag insurer, 1996 to 2024. SNL PNC Group. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company. Western Agricultural Insurance Company. Direct written premium.
It's game time, and Party Productions is your one-stop Gaels Spirit shop. No matter where you cheer on the Gaels, be sure to grab boas, masks, and wigs. Gale Green body paint, hats, and foam hands will help you stand out in the crowd. And while you're gearing up for a Gael victory, be sure to grab gifts for the NFL and baseball fans on your list too. Party Productions has everything you need to show your Gael pride year-round. Your Gael Spirit headquarters is Party Productions, 1919 First Avenue North, Fort Dodge. Go Gaels!
We are going out tonight.
But I just put my comfy pants on. What are we celebrating?
I just bundled our home and auto insurance with the State Farm agent and saved us money.
Oh, nice. Can we just order in now?
Are you serious? We just bundled. And our agent helped me personalize our coverage.
But what about my slipper and sweatpants bundle?
Oh, fine.
Contact State Farm agent Mitch Lund at 515-576-4171 to bundle and save today.
Prices vary by state. Options selected by customer. Availability, amount of discount, savings, and eligibility may vary.
Lawfers-Weiler Funeral Home in Fort Dodge knows when you lose someone you love, everything changes. In that moment, you need more than just a funeral home. You need someone who cares. Lawfers-Weiler's here for you anytime, day or night. Their experienced, compassionate staff will guide you through every step, offering comfort, answers, and a steady hand. And most importantly, they listen and they care. Serving families like yours since 1856, Lawfers-Weiler Funeral Home, here when you need them most.
Nothing beats hand washing your vehicle unless somebody else does it for you. That somebody is Shorty's Wash and Detailing. Cars, trucks, motorcycles, Shorty's will hand wash and dry them. They also have a drive-through wash bay for RVs, semis, and more. Shorty's Wash and Detailing, veteran-owned and operated, cleans up ugly, pull in dirty, and leave looking brand new.
Hi, I'm Allison, the owner of Shorty's Wash and Detailing, located at 1882 Country Lane in Fort Dodge. Find us on Facebook at Shorty's Wash and Detailing, where you dirty them and we squirt them.
And we're back here live at Dodger Stadium. Just about 3 minutes to go here before we start the second half. 28-12 is your score. The St. Edmond Gaels with the lead over the Glidden-Ralston Wildcats. This is the Lawford-Swiler's halftime show. Again, I want to take a second to thank our halftime sponsor, Lawford-Swiler's Funeral Home, offering professional guidance with personal and specialized attention before, during, and after the loss of a loved one. Their reputation for honesty and integrity is very well known and is their most valuable asset. Couple of quick programming notes. Again, the Fort Dodge Dodgers taking on the Mason City Mohawks on the road in their season opener here tonight. Trying to get a quick score update on that one. Trying to see if I can pull that one up. It looks like as of the second quarter, the Dodgers with a 14-0 lead over Mason City. At least that's what I have on Go Bound. Anyways, you can listen to that game on 92 Rock and yourfortdodge.com. Connoisseur Media Sports Director Joe Jaden has the call on that one. Coming up at halftime, an interview between Joe and Dodger girls tennis coach Julie Astor. Also going on 105.9 The Beach and yourfortdodge.com. The South Central Calhoun Titans football team makes their 2026 debut at Earlham. Trying to find a score on that one. Halftime interview is going to be South Central Calhoun Superintendent Brad Anderson. Again, 28-12 is your score here in Dodger Stadium. The St. Edmond Gaels, their first lead of the 2026 season, trying to get to 1-1 on the year after dropping their season opener in Week 0 action against West Bend Mallard last week. Trying to also avenge a heartbreaking loss to Glidden-Ralston last year and even the all-time series between these two teams at 2-2. St. Edmond Gaels, we'll go ahead and run down the scoring here real quick. The Gaels got on the scoreboard quick after forcing a fumble on quarterback Brody Hunt. A couple plays later, Ty Miracle hauled in a 20-yard touchdown pass from Thomas Ean with 10:47 to go in the first quarter. 2-point try was no good. It was 6-0 Gaels at that point. Then quickly, after a big return on the ensuing kickoff by the Wildcats, Colton Rohrbeck had his first touchdown of the night from 32 yards out. Or actually hauled in a Brody Hunt a slant pass, and then took it to the house from 32 yards out with 9:55 to go in the first quarter. 6-6 at that point after the 2-point try failed, and we were wondering if we were going to be in for a shootout, and certainly still could turn into that kind of a situation given the nature of 8-man football. But again, both teams started to settle in a little bit defensively. The next score came with 1:48 to go in the first quarter. Blake Bartlett hauled in his first career varsity touchdown reception from 10 yards out on a pass by Thomas Ean. Matthew Crimmins added the 2-point conversion try to make it 14-6. St. Edmond with their first lead of the season. And then they would add to that lead and make it 22-6 after Griffin Lawford-Swiler hauled in a 70-yard touchdown pass from Thomas Ean, his third of the night. Ean would add the 2-point try on the ground with 6:29 to go in the second quarter. Again, 22-6 your score at that point. And then almost immediately after that, Colton Rohrbeck weaved his way around the St. Edmond defense. They looked like they had him on the near sideline going to Rohrbeck's left. Gaels got a couple of arms on him but couldn't wrap him up. And then Rohrbeck shifted field, reversed to the far side, and outran the St. Edmond defense for 61 yards to pay dirt. 22-12 then at that point with 6:09 to go in the second quarter. 2-point try, again, no good. So the Wildcats 0 for 2 on 2-point tries so far tonight. But then the Gaels were able to march down the field, and with 22 seconds left, Jack Stuckey was the one who hauled in a 32-yard touchdown pass from Thomas Ean. 2-point try, no good. 28-12, and that is where we stand at the break. And I believe the Gaels will receive the halftime kickoff as Glidden-Ralston started on offense to begin the game. So the Gaels will try to add their 16-point lead here when we start the third quarter. Again, trying to check on that score for South Central Calhoun against Earlham, their season opener. And actually do have that for you right here at halftime. The South Central Calhoun Titans with a 13-6 lead over Earlham. Again, you can hear Titans football on 105.9 The Beach and yourfortdodge.com throughout the season. And again, listen to the Fort Dodge Dodgers on 92 Rock and yourfortdodge.com as the St. Edmond Gaels coming out onto the field, set to receive the kickoff. While we await that, we'll go ahead and take a quick look at other scores from 8-man District 1. Again, the Gaels in 8-man District 1 for the second year. Going on tonight, along with this non-district matchup against the Glidden-Ralston Wildcats, the North Iowa Bison travel to take on Harris Lake Park in their season opener. The Bison 0-1 coming into that contest. Harris Lake Park, rough, actually 63-0 is your score. North Iowa with the lead going into the fourth quarter. North Iowa dropping a tough game in the Week 0 matchup against GTRA. GTRA with a 22-16 win over North Iowa in that Week 0 matchup, as kick is on the way and out of bounds. Second time tonight we've seen that, where the Wildcats want nothing to do with the return game for the Gaels. Not going to offer it, potentially giving up a special teams return, so they're just going to kick it straight out of bounds and have the Gaels take the penalty, and they will start near midfield. A good field position here to start the drive to begin the second half. Ball will be at the 35. And that is where Thomas Ean Jr. making his second start in his varsity career. Take command of the offense again at the 35-yard line. So Ean sets him down out of the pistol. Matthew Crimmins behind him. Ean takes a snap, going to give it to Crimmins. Crimmins right up the middle, breaks a couple tackles into the secondary, across midfield and near the first down line to gain. That's going to be a run of 9. Nice play on first down to start the drive and start the third quarter for this St. Edmond offense. Quick stats for the first half. Again, this is very unofficial by my count. The St. Edmond Gaels, 122 yards on the ground, 71 through the air. Most of those touchdown passes by Thomas Ean. He's got 4 touchdown passes in that first half already. Here's a handoff again to Crimmins into the second level across the 35. Still going 30, 25, 20. It's a foot race across the 20, and he's finally run down from behind a couple of Wildcats. Able to stop him. A touchdown saving tackle by Landon Whitaker. And then trying to see who else came in there to help. It looked like number 22, Colby Siebenaller, was able to help finish him off there. Another big run, back-to-back big runs by the Gaels, and they are in business now inside the 15. Ball to the 14 now on the run. And we'll try to get the yardage for you there quick. Again, the Gaels on the move in a hurry. That's a 20-yard run, so 29 yards more added on for Matthew Crimmins, having himself a nice start to this third quarter here. Now the Gaels again out of the pistol. They'll go back to Crimmins this time. Glidden-Ralston bringing extra pressure, and he's going to go nowhere. Actually loses a couple as Siebenaller came in almost unblocked on that play. Loss of 2. Going to back the Gaels up to the, looks like 17. So actually a loss of 3 on the play. Again, as I'm pulling double duty here, I wish safe travels to color commentator Lance Lennon, who is off this week. He's on the road. Be back next week. I'm trying to do stats and call the game at the same time. Here's Thomas Ean on a rollout. Throws it behind his intended target. Had a man open in the flats. And I think it was Jack Stuckey who hauled in that 32-yard touchdown pass with 22 seconds to go. His first career touchdown reception. Jack. Again, Stuckey, just a freshman. I've seen a couple of freshmen here tonight for the Gaels making some big plays. Gavin McLean had a nice defensive first half for the Gaels at a linebacker spot. Now Gaels going to go empty. 2 receivers right and left. Ean back to pass on 3rd and long. Ean stepping up in the pocket, going to throw it short, and again behind and underneath his intended target. Blake Bartlett's sliding, trying to make the catch. Throw was low and behind. So that'll bring up 4th down. The Gaels will go for it, but they got to get 13 to keep the drive alive here. After a couple of nice runs by Matthew Crimmins, but now faced with a 4th and long. Ball at the Glidden-Ralston 17. Got to get to the 9 for the first. Back to pass is Ean, forced up in the pocket. He's going to try to scramble for it. He's at the 10, and he's run out of bounds. He's going to come up just short. And I stand corrected. Had to get to inside the 5, and he's going to be about 6 yards short. They're going to spot him actually at the 9. So Ian just tried to take what he could get there and pin the Wildcats offense deep in their own side of the field. So turnover on downs after the run by Thomas Ian to the Glidden-Ralston 9, and that is where the Wildcats will take over first and 10. 10:03 to go. 28-12 is your score. Third quarter of play between these two teams. Season opener for the Glidden-Ralston Wildcats. Second game of the season for the Gaels after a week 0 opener against West Bend Mallard. And they will go shotgun formation. Man in motion is Landon Whitaker. They're going to give it to Colton Rohrback, though, on a dive play up the middle, and he is met by a host of Gaels for little to no gain. Might have gotten a yard based on the spot. We'll bring up 2nd and 9 now for the Wildcats. Again here trying to keep track of stats update the Gaels did on their last drive. Thomas Ian picking up 8 on that run, coming up short. And now here's a flag. Looks like it's going to be a procedure penalty. Catch made by the underneath man, Landon Whitaker, and he's corralled and run down. Whitaker, a freshman, and this play is going to be coming back. Again, for this Glidden-Ralston offense, I'm probably mistaken. At some point, I probably missed somebody else getting a carry or touch at some point, but as far as I know, it has been either Landon Whitaker, the freshman receiver, Colton Rohrback, the junior running back for the Wildcats, or Brody Hunt, the quarterback. Those have been the only 3 players to touch the football offensively for Glidden-Ralston, at least to my count. I could be wrong on that. But again, those have been the primary targets anyways for the Wildcats here in this, at least in the first half, and now here early on to start the third. As that procedure penalty backs the Wildcats up now 5 yards. It'll be 2nd and 14 from the 5. And this will be a run by Rohrback. Shifty bounces to the right, and he's run down. Good job by the Gaels to close that off in a hurry. As Rohrback, dangerous with that change of direction. Burned the Gaels a couple of times. Actually had another big play taken off the board via penalty, where he forced the Gaels to over-pursue. That's what happened on his 61-yard touchdown run back in the second quarter, as that was actually a gain of about 1. So 3rd and 13, ball at the 6 for Glidden-Ralston. 8:35 and counting, third quarter. Hunt out of the shotgun, straight back to pass, looking to his left, now forced out to his right, in the end zone, flips it short to Rohrback. Rohrback just trying to make something out of it, lost the football. It goes out of bounds, but I think they were starting to blow the play dead regardless, and that's a loss on the play. The St. Edmond defense comes up big. After being forced into a turnover on downs, they'll force what's most likely a punt all the way back to the Glidden-Ralston 2. Loss of 4 that time on the pass play, the completion from Brody Hunt to Colton Rohrback. But again, a loss of 4 now, 4th and long. Punting situation here for the Wildcats. Ty Miracle standing at about the 35, set to receive. Kick is away. Oh, and it's a short punt. See if it takes a Glidden-Ralston hop, and it does. Oh, boy, going all the way near midfield. Going to end up still in Glidden-Ralston territory, so still decent field position here for the Wildcats, right just shy of the 39-yard line. Boy, it looked like almost a shank at first, but had just enough of a right spin. If you're a Glidden-Ralston fan, took a hop towards midfield, and so the Gaels actually, oh goodness, that ball went out of bounds in front of the 40-yard line. I mean, we're not going to make too much about it, but there's no way that ball ended up on the 40-yard line, and that's where they have it spotted. Thomas Ian out of the pistol now. I'm going to give it to Crimmins, trying the right side, and throws himself forward for about 2 or 3. And that play right off a right guard. A gain of about 3 to start the series. After the Gaels got to the Glidden-Ralston 17. Unfortunately returned back, and it was an 8-yard run by Thomasine, just taking what he could to pin the Wildcats. And the defense was able to take care of the rest, forcing the punts. Now 2nd and 7 upcoming here. Ball at the 37-yard line. Crimmins into the second level around the left side to the 30, down to the 25 and inside. The 25 to the 24. Another nice run by Matthew Crimmins on a fresh set of downs for the Gaels. Matthew Crimmins, just a little bit of a delay on the handoff, waiting for his blocking to develop on the left side. Took the handoff and just made a quick cut to the left, got to the outside, into the second level, and another big run by Matthew Crimmins. Down to the 24, so a 13-yard run. Player shaken up for Glidden-Ralston. So injury timeout here, breaking the action. Both teams will head to the sidelines here for a water break. And give us a second to thank a few of our sponsors. Do want to mention tonight's online streaming of the game is brought to you by Mitch Lund State Farm Insurance in Fort Dodge. Contact Mitch at 515-576-4171 today for life, home, business, and auto insurance. Mitch can also help you regarding mutual funds, investments, and annuities, and get a free quote. Also check out the website golund.com with 2 N's today. There's Thomasine out of the pistol, gives it to Crimmins, trying the right side now, breaks one tackle to the 25, to the 22-yard line, 20 still going to about the 15, and he's finally run down by a host of Wildcats as they're finally able to get to him. Matthew Crimmins with some tough running here through the first 3 quarters of play. Boy, the Gaels really started to figure some things out in that second quarter, running the football. And now here, picking up right where they left off to start the third quarter. Another nice run by Matthew Crimmins. A gain of 9, 2nd and 1 now for the Gaels. Thomasine again out of the pistol. Receiver to the left, and now Ian back to pass, looking, going to chuck it deep, has a man, catch is made right near the goal line, and it is going to be a St. Edmond touchdown. Griffin Loffersweiler hauls in his second touchdown pass of the night. That one from 24 yards out, and Thomas Ian make it 5 touchdown passes on the evening for number 5, and the St. Edmond Gaels will go for 2. 6:37 to go in the third quarter. Gaels now with a 34-12 lead over the Glidden-Ralston Wildcats. Ian takes a snap, gives it to Crimmins, loses the football. Boy, he was swarmed in a hurry. He was hit by 2 different Wildcats in the backfield as soon as he got that handoff. Just a busted play from the jump, so a 2-point try. Again, no good. 34-12 is your score. 6:37 to go. We'll go ahead and take a quick break and be back. You're listening to St. Edmond Football on Sunny 99.7 and yourfortdodge.com.
Flooring America Design Center recognizes the hard work and dedication of every member of the St. Edmond Gaels. It takes a combined effort and great attitude to reach the top, whether in sports or in life. Flooring America Design Center reminds you, when you're ready to update your home, get the most out of your project with their experts. Now's the time to get the best deals on your new flooring and cabinets. Check out Flooring America Design Center in Fort Dodge, where friends send friends. Or visit flooringamerica-designcenter.com.
While you're away, here's a return by the Wildcats on the kickoff by Thomas Ian, and a decent return by Glidden-Ralston, number 25. Adler Angrick. Haven't had a chance to really call too many other numbers for Glidden-Ralston tonight, so had to pull out the sheet here and look. Adler Angrick, one of 4 seniors, this 2026 Glidden-Ralston roster. But again, 34-12 now is your score. 6:32 to go, third quarter. The St. Edmond Gaels with the lead. Thomas Ian now with 5 touchdown passes on the night. 2 to Griffin Loffersweiler, who hauled that last one in from 24 yards out. Also has a 7-yard touchdown catch as the Gaels bring in pressure here on the pass by Brody Hunt to Colton Rohrback on the far side. Gets to the second level. It's a foot race to the 30, to the 20, to the 10, to the 5. Touchdown, Colton Rohrback. Again, just slipped a couple tackles. And the Gaels couldn't catch up to him. Another big play by the junior, the speedster. And he's cramping up again in the back of the end zone. My goodness. So you thought the Gaels were going to start to distance themselves a little bit from this Wildcat football team. They come roaring back with a big play. And again, it's either been Rohrback or Landon Whitaker, the two targets. Again, you know what the Wildcats are going to do here. They're going to try to get the ball to Rohrback. That was just a quick flare screen pass to Rohrback, and he was able to turn on the Jets, break a couple tackles. There's a pass caught in the back of the end zone for the 2-point try out of the swinging gate formation. And that catch made by number 30, Henry Sturm, one of the 3 returning starters for Glidden-Ralston. So the 2-point try is good. 34-20 now, a 2-score lead for the Gaels. We'll go ahead and take another quick break and be back. You're listening to St. Edmond Football on Sunny 99.7 and your4dodge.com.
When you're suffering from an unexpected illness or injury, go to the North Central Occupational Medicine and Walk-In Clinic. Their staff is trained and ready to handle a wide range of injuries and conditions. They're open Monday through Friday and specialize in treating acute illnesses such as strep throat, the flu, severe colds, migraines, injuries that require minor stitches, and more. The next time you're suffering an unexpected illness or injury, visit the North Central Occupational Medicine and Walk-In Clinic just north of the Fort Dodge Fire Station.
And we're back here at Dodger Stadium as the Wildcats now set to kick off for the 3rd time tonight. 34-20 is your score now. Wildcats not one to go away just yet. 6:21 to go, 3rd quarter. There's a squib kick and a chance to return. Well, now right down to his knees. I believe that was Jack Stuckey who fielded that squib kick. So 6:21 to go. The Gaels will take over with decent field position. Ball spotted at the St. Edmond 28-yard line. After a 48-yard catch and run by Colton Rohrback, he has all 3 touchdowns for the Wildcats here tonight. And again, they converted their first 2-point conversion of the night on the pass from Brody Hunt to Henry Sturm. As Thomasine now takes the handoff, give to Matthew Crimmins, bounces off one tackler, falls ahead, gets back to the line of scrimmage, no gain on the play. As Glidden-Ralston now is starting to creep a few extra defenders up towards the line of scrimmage to try to stop this St. Edmond rushing attack. Second and 10 now for the Gaels. 5:52 and counting. 34-20 is your score. He now again out of the pistol. High snap. Oh, he tips it to Matthew Crimmins around the right side. He's got blockers across the 35. A lot of excitement for what ends up being about a 7-yard run. It was a high snap from Jacob Nealon to Thomasine. He, instead of catching it and bringing it in, he just kind of tipped it volleyball style to Matthew Crimmins. He took it and got behind his blockers. Oh, but we got a penalty against the Gaels. Trying to see if it was either an illegal block in the back or holding. There's an injured Glidden-Ralston player near the St. Edmunds sidelines. So that's going to negate a wild 7-yard run by Matthew Crimmins with 5:37 to go, 3rd quarter. Give us a chance to look at some of those scores again from 8-man District 1. And actually, real quick, while we got a chance, let's go ahead and recap the scores from last week. Again, week 0 action, GTRA, a host of 8-man District 1 teams in action last week, along with the St. Edmond Gaels. GTRA knocked off North Iowa 22-16. The Bison looking like they're on their way to their first win of the season to improve to 1-1. Again, up 63-6 right now over Harris Lake Park in a Harris Lake Park season opener. Kingsley Pearson with a 56-52 victory over Coon Rapids Bayard last week. Remsen St. Mary's all over Arweva, 69-8. And then North Union defeated Collins Maxwell 56-0. North Union 1-0 going into their matchup against Newell Fonda. Newell Fonda, the 8-man district team. Newell Fonda in their season opener. And North Union actually with a 59-7 lead over Newell Fonda at the end of the third quarter. A couple other scores right now. Looks like Bishop Garrigan, the third-ranked Bishop Garrigan Golden Bears, ranked third in the Radio Iowa preseason poll, traveled to Kingsley Pearson for their season opener, and they currently have a 49-6 lead. North Union actually ranked ninth in that preseason poll after their week 0 victory, so they're on their way to 2-0. West Bend Mallard, who defeated the Gaels last week, will take on GTRA. That's a big non-district matchup there between those two teams, former district rivals. That game being played at GTRA. Both teams 1-0 in that matchup. And then number 1 Audubon traveling to Remsen St. Mary's. Any other given year, that would be a major non-district matchup. Here's play resuming now. Thomasine back to pass under heavy pressure and then throws it away. It looked like he was outside the tackle box. Had to let go of that football all the way back at the 10-yard line. Looked like it got back to the line of scrimmage, so incomplete. Third down and 16 now for the Gaels. I believe it was a holding call on that penalty in the last play against the Gaels. So third and long now for the Gaels. 5:28 to go here. And again, if you're this young Cinnamon football team, one thing you don't want to do is take your foot off the gas here. Just assume that Glidden-Ralston is going to go away. Again, just a 2-score game right now, especially given what happened last year. Here's Thomasine rolling out to his left, looking, now has room to run down the far sideline. He's going to get close to the first down, maybe just shy. And it looks like they're going to say he stepped out at about the 35-yard line. The St. Edmond 35. They got to get to the 38 for the first, so he's going to be about 3 yards shy. That'll bring up 4th and 3 for the Gaels. And it looks like initially they're huddling up like they're going to go for it here. Again, leading 34-20. 5:20 to go. Clock stopped. Gaels going to go for it. 4th and 3. Got to get to the 38. And we got whistles here. Let's see if they're going to reset the play clock perhaps. Well, there's a flag on the flag. No, it must have just dropped out of the official's pocket maybe. So fresh play clock for the Gaels. They'll go for it here. Pistol formation. Everybody in tights. Crimmins behind Ean. 4th and 3. Ean takes the snap. It's a pitch out to Crimmins trying to get the quarter turn. Cut back. He's going to be close. Breaks the tackle at the midfield across the 35. And then finally brought down at about the 33 into Glidden-Ralston territory. The Gaels rolled the dice on 4th and 3. Matthew Crimmins got behind his blockers. A quick cut back from right to left. And then he does the rest with his legs to pick up the first down into Glidden-Ralston territory. A big 12-yard run on 4th and 3 by Matthew Crimmins. The drive continues for the Gaels as an injured player for Glidden-Ralston has to be subbed out. I believe, and that was the, probably, again, I'm going to be corrected here at some point, but I think that was the first 4th down conversion for the Gaels here tonight, at least certainly here in the second half. Fresh set of downs now for the Gaels. Thomasine now takes a snap, gives to Crimmins, breaks one ankle tackle, falls forward to about the 30, and got a couple more after that on the far sideline. We'll see where they spot him there. Again, the Gaels going towards the south end zone now here at Dodger Stadium. And again, another Glidden-Ralston player down. Looks like a cramp again. That was a 4-yard run, it looks like, by Matthew Crimmins. And again, I said at the opener of this broadcast here, early season football, death taxes, and players cramping up. We've seen a number of players cramping up here tonight. Again, temperatures are about 81 degrees at game time. It's gotten down to about the 70s. Certainly great football weather here tonight. This late August evening. But again, first game of the season for Glidden-Ralston, second game of the year for the St. Edmond Gaels. I think there's only been maybe one or two players for the Gaels that have cramped up here tonight. A number of players for Glidden-Ralston. Again, I'm sure a lot of teams throughout the state of Iowa dealing with that here as players get their football legs back underneath them, as it's officially week 1 of the Iowa high school football season here in 2026. You know, the Gaels suffered a defeat against West Bend Mallard last week in a week 0 game. One of just 3 games to kick off football in week 0 on a Thursday night last week in the state of Iowa. The Gaels trying to get back into the win column. Again, as I mentioned back in the first half, since 2020, the Gaels are 4-2 in their second games of the season. Just a 1 loss at home. The only other loss came on the road, both of those against West Bend Mallard a couple of years ago when the Gaels and the Wolverines were in the same district. Glidden-Ralston also a district foe at one point in time for the Gaels. These last 2 contests have been non-district matchups. Here's Ian on a rollout right, has a man wide open. Ty Miracle catches the 5. He's into the end zone. It's a St. Edmond touchdown. Ty Miracle. Oh, but we got a flag on the play. And a very frustrated Gael coaching staff as well. Looked like somebody must have got a hook on one of the Glidden-Ralston defenders barreling down on Tom Seen as he was rolling out to his right. Again, it was away from the play. Boy, I tell you what, that's a tough one to take for the Gaels. That negates a touchdown pass from would have been 29 yards out. It would have been 6 touchdown passes for Thomas Ian, as it is now the second holding penalty of the quarter for the Gaels. And wondering if guilty party there, Hunter Singer, the junior guard, as he was coming out being talked to by one of the Gael coaches. Again, just speculation on who the infraction was on there, but again, a holding penalty that negates a touchdown. Now back to pass, again trying to go for Ty Miracle on a rollout right. Ian under a lot more pressure that time, and the pass sails incomplete out of bounds. That'll bring up 3rd and 16 now. Boy, you talk about swings of momentum. The Gaels would have gone up 3 scores to make it 40-20. Instead, backs them up to the 39-yard line, right around where they took over, I believe, to start this possession. So now 3rd and 16 with 4:18 to go here in the third quarter. See if the Gaels just try to make it a more manageable 4th down here if they try to go for it all here. One receiver out to the right. Ian on a play fake, back to pass, looking deep, going to throw it. Has a man that's going to be picked off, going the other way. And that's going to be number 7, Jackson Whitaker, the senior defensive back. He's come close a couple of times in this contest. That time, Ian just kind of lofted it up for grabs under heavy coverage. And Whitaker, playing that safety, just stepped right up and picked it off. Returned it to the 35-yard line, so that is where Glidden-Ralston will have it 1st and 10. And again, another player cramping up for the Wildcats on the return. But again, you talk about those back-breaking penalties, that holding penalty negating a touchdown, and then the very next play, an interception and momentum shifting now towards Glidden-Ralston. Again, just a 2-score lead here with 4:09 to go, third quarter. Again, this after the Wildcats rallied last year. They trailed 20-6 in the fourth quarter, scored twice, and came back to stun the Gaels in the final plays of the game. A Hail Mary touchdown pass by Brody Hunt, and then the 2-point conversion to give them a 22-20 victory in the season opener last year in Glidden. The Gaels certainly hoping to avoid that here tonight to get their first win on the season. But again, a lot of work to be done here. Still 16-plus minutes of football to be played as Brody Hunt now sets the Wildcats down on the 35. Low snap, broken play. Oh, boy, they got to corral him here, and they finally do. Thought for a second Hunt was lassoed and thought he was going to sneak out of that somehow. The Gaels were able to rally to the football, though, and drop Hunt for a 4-yard loss back to the 31-yard line. Clock running now inside of 4 minutes to go here. Wildcats going to send twin receivers to the right. Hunt out of the shotgun. Tailback flanking him to his left is Rohrback. Hunt takes a snap, back to pass, looking to his right, under pressure, lobs it deep, up for grabs, and it's incomplete. Oh boy, a Gale defender fell. That pass sailed over the head of the intended targets. Noah Davis, the nearest receiver to that football. Again, we've only seen Landon Whitaker and Colton Rohrback, the only two other players to be featured offensively here for the Wildcats. So, again, rare to actually call another number for this Glidden-Ralston offense here tonight, as 3rd and long now for the Wildcats. 3 receivers out to the right, roll out to the right, throw in down the field, incomplete, over the head of the intended target. A little bit of hand fighting, no flag on the play. Good call, probably by the refs, letting them play there. So 4th down, forced by the Cinnamon defense. Nice job to win back a little bit of momentum here after the interception given up on the Gaels' last offensive possession. 4th and 15 now, 3:19 to go, third quarter. Again, the Gaels still with a 14-point lead. This is the area of the field, though, where you do have to make sure that Rohrback kicks this football away. And they do that soccer style, or that rugby style, rolling out punt. And again, Rohrback taking off to his right. Oh, no, it's a fake. He's going to go for it. He throws it, and it's going to be well short. Oh, boy, a mistake there by Colton Rohrback. Rolled out. So I wonder if that was, again, a fake all the way. But, again, there was nothing there, perfectly covered by the Cinnamon defense. They come up with a stop, and they will take over 1st and 10 at the Glidden-Ralston 31. So the Wildcats roll the dice, whether that was by design or not. And the Gale defense all over that one. And as of right now, the Wildcats paying for it, giving up field position. Cinnamon again with great starting field position at the 31-yard line in enemy territory as Ian takes a snap, pitch out to Crimmins to the right side, gets a block at the 30, falls ahead to about the 28. Gain of 2 on the run. And again, another player slow to get up for Glidden-Ralston. It's Colby Siebenaller, and he'll have to sub out. 2nd and 8 now for the Gaels. And finally they do move the yard marker. So again, ball at the 28-yard line. Got to get to the 20 for the first down. Here's a pitch out to try the left side now, and Crimmins is run down from behind and dropped for a loss that time. Heavy pressure as the Wildcats are smelling run all the way on that one. Loss of 5 on the play, and another player goes down for Glidden-Ralston. Back to the 33-yard line, actually going to say it's right in between the 33 and 34 of Glidden-Ralston, so it's going to be 3rd and 13. They actually got it 3rd and 14 on the scoreboard, and got to get to just shy of the 20 for the first down. Do the Gaels. Neither team has used a timeout yet. Both teams, in fact, actually burned 2 of their timeouts in the first quarter of play in the first half. Gaels holding on to a 34-20 lead right now. Thomas Eam with 5 touchdown passes, 2 to Griffin Walfersweiler. First one went to Ty Miracle from 20 yards out. Also found Blake Bartlett for his first career touchdown pass. And Jack Stuckey, freshman, getting the start tonight at wingback, hauled in a 32-yard touchdown strike right at the end of the first half. Put the Gaels up 28-12 at the break. And the Gaels got their lone score so far here in the third quarter on a 24-yard touchdown strike to Griffin Walfersweiler. 2-point try, no good, 34-12. And then on essentially the very next play from scrimmage, Colton Rohrback goes 48 yards And then Brody Hunt finds Henry Sturm on the 2-point try. So 34-20 is where we stand right now as they continue to, well, it looks like they are just about ready to resume play here. They're finally able to get the player cramping up for Glidden-Ralston off to the sideline. So now 3rd and long for the Gaels. Ball just ahead of the 34-yard line. Ian takes a snap, play fake, rolling out to his right, back to pass, one-on-one coverage, has Ty Miracle, catch made at the 15. That's a foot race. He's going to go to the end zone. Ty Miracle, 15-10-5, touchdown, St. Edmond Gaels. It's one-on-one coverage for Ty Miracle, and again, a perfectly placed ball by Thomas Ian. The defender was busy keeping his eyes on Ty Miracle, and Ian led him perfectly to where only Ty could go get that football. He won the one-on-one battle, and then the ensuing foot race, coasting into the end zone from 34 yards out, and the St. Edmond Gaels finally, officially go up 40-20. No flags on the play that time, and now they will go for 2. Empty backfield now for Thomasine. Takes the snap, looking to his right. Quick throw, short, catch made into the end zone, and the 2-point try is good. And I believe, well, hold on. I don't think that's Matthew Crimmins. We'll have to wait and see. 2-point try is good. We'll get that after the break here. 42-20 is your score. We'll go ahead and take a quick break and be back. You're listening to St. Edmond Football on Sunday, 99.7 and YourFortDodge.com. Able to get the player cramping up for Glidden-Ralston off to the sideline. So now 3rd and long for the Gaels. Ball just ahead of the 34-yard line. Ian takes a snap, play fake, rolling out to his right, back to pass, one-on-one coverage. Has Ty Miracle, catch made at the 15. That's a foot race. He's going to go to the end zone. Ty Miracle, 15-10-5, touchdown, St. Edmond Gaels. So that was Matthew Crimmins who hauled in the 2-point conversion try for the Gaels. Back here live at Dodger Stadium with 2:09 to go in the 3rd quarter. 42-20 now is your score. The St. Edmond Gaels with the lead over the Glidden-Ralston Wildcats. And now Thomas Ian set to kick off. And I believe Colton Rohrback, one of 2 returners back there, is a line drive. Ball skims and out of bounds. It'll be a penalty, actually. It was a Landon Whitaker. And number 25 for Glidden-Ralston, Adler Angrick. And I believe, actually, Glidden-Ralston, the first time tonight, going to make the Gaels re-kick here, as that ball was a squib kick, went out of bounds at about the 25. So Ian will get a do-over here. It'll back him up 5 yards. So Ian will kick off from the 25. Or excuse me, no, didn't back him up 5 yards, just a re-kick. So again, Angrick and Whitaker back deep to receive for the Wildcats. As this time, line drive kick taken on the hop by Whitaker. Trying the right side, looking for blockers, and he's cut down shy of the 30-yard line at about the 27, maybe 28-yard line, depending on the spots. And that is where the Wildcats will take over 1st and 10. Thomas Ian, though, what a night for the junior again. This is his 2nd career varsity start. He's got 6 touchdown passes, and most of his completions tonight have been for touchdowns. In fact, there's only maybe a handful of completions that he's had that didn't go for touchdowns here tonight. And that was Ty Miracle hauling in his 2nd touchdown reception of the evening. Again, had the opening score for the Gaels from 20 yards out. That one from 34 yards out. And then again, Ian found Matthew Crimmins for the 2-point try, and that is where we stand 42-20 now. Gaels with the lead. Brody Hunt out of the shotgun, gives it to the tailback, and that's a different tailback, I believe, that time on the carry. And that was Angrick, one of the 4 seniors for this Glidden-Ralston roster, taking the handoff that time, giving Colton Rohrback a breather. Picks up about 5. Actually, they're going to call it 5 on the run there. Ball again, initial line of scrimmage started at the 28-yard line of Glidden-Ralston. That carry out to the 32. So 2nd and 5 now for the Wildcats. Option play. Brody Hunt going to keep it himself. Gets the corner turn. Has the first down across midfield. And just following his blockers in that option play, just nobody could converge on Hunt to force him to have to pitch that football. And a pickup of about 7. And a first down run by Brody Hunt has the Wildcats into St. Edmond territory down to the 38. Clock running now, minute and 20, actually stopped, I should say. 1:21 to go, third quarter. Hunt out of the shotgun, going to give it to his tailback. That's Rohrback, but this time he's corralled and run down from behind. Oh, and they're going to get an extra shove at the end there by Ty Miracle as Rohrback tripped over one of the Gaels laying behind him there, and unfortunately the referee thought that was a little bit too much. It was going to be a personal foul penalty against the Gaels. Penalties have been a little bit of a bugaboo for the Gaels here in the second half. Had one holding penalty negate a big run by Matthew Crimmins, and another negate a touchdown pass by Thomas Ean. That's going to be 15 free yards for the Wildcats all the way to the St. Edmond 24 now. As Gaels showing pressure here. Hunt back to pass, going to throw it short on the bubble screen. Catch made by Angrick, weaving his way upfield, and he's going to go into the end zone for the touchdown. Angrick with the catch and run. And that's going to go for 6 more, 24-yard touchdown catch. Again, it's nothing deep downfield, just a quick flare screen passes, passes out into the flat, and just letting their speedy athletes for Glidden-Ralston do the rest. Gaels just not able to converge. There was a flag on the play, so perhaps hold on here just a second. As it stands, 24-yard touchdown pass from Brody Hunt to Adler Angrick. Flag is on the 5-yard line. There was a hit on a Cinnamon defender. It looked like maybe it got him in the back there. Trying to think if it occurred before. Well, they are going to say touchdown good. So after the play, unfortunately, personal foul against Glidden-Ralston. So it will not take the touchdown off the board. So with 54 seconds to go in the third, 42-26 now is your score. And the Wildcats will go for 2. I'm going to try to update my scoring drive chart again here, flying solo here tonight. Lance Lennon, usually my partner in color commentary for football, gone tonight, on the road. And wish him safe travels. Look forward to seeing him next week as the Gaels take the road for the first time, 2026, when they'll take on Newell Fonda. Again, here an important 2-point try here as Wildcats try to make it a 14-point game. 54 seconds to go in the third. Here's Hunt going to try to keep it himself. He's wrapped up, fighting for extra yardage, but he's not going to get there. The St. Edmond Gaels, the team defensive effort to keep Hunt out of the end zone, and the score remains 42-26 now. Again, 54 seconds to go in the third. We'll go ahead and take a quick break and be back. You're listening to St. Edmond Football on Sunny 99.7 and yourforddodge.com.
When the furnace quits at midnight or the air conditioning dies in July, True Temp picks up the phone. Over 30 years of experience serving Fort Dodge with honest HVAC and refrigeration service, residential, commercial, around the clock. Because reliable help isn't a maybe, it's a promise. Find us at TrueTempFD.com or call us at 515-570-9672.
And we're back here at Dodger Stadium. 54 seconds to go, third quarter. 42-26 is your score. Gaels with the lead, but again, Glidden-Ralston not wanting to go away. 24-yard touchdown reception, the catch and then run, essentially, as the catch was made right at the line of scrimmage. Just a quick bubble screen out of the right flat. And then Adler Angrick, one of the seniors for this Glidden-Ralston roster, took it to the house, just weaved his way upfield on the far sideline, going to that north end zone here at Dodger Stadium. St. Edmond Gaels couldn't catch him. Gaels were able to stop the 2-point try, so now 42-6 is your score, and now that personal foul penalty at the end of that touchdown play. And here's a pooch kick. Gaels got to get on it here, and they do. And then immediately to the ground, I believe, is Jack Stuckey. Well, actually, that might be Griffin Loffersweiler. Hard to see. Those numbers, I tell you what. The 3, the 2, the 8, the 9. All look similar here with that gold numbering and white trim. I believe that was Jack Stuckey playing the hop there on the pooch kick by the Wildcats special teams. The Gaels with decent field position here, trying to answer the scoring drive of Glidden-Ralston. 52 seconds to go now, third quarter, and they'll go back to that pistol formation. Ian takes a snap, going to give it to Crimmins, and he is corralled immediately. Boy, two different Wildcats came in untouched around the ends. Crimmins never had a chance on that one. Loss of about 3 on the play. Again, the Gaels took over at the 34-yard line, backed up now to the 38, so actually a loss of 4 on the play. And we'll probably let the play clock run here a little bit. Well, they're up to the line of scrimmage here. Now Ian out of the shotgun. Crimmins to his left, takes a snap. Again, Wildcats send pressure. Ian back to pass, going to chuck it deep, and that's going to be picked off again. Ian just kind of threw it up for grabs. And now we got to worry about a pick 6 here now. Actually, Whitaker going to be run out of bounds. Jacob Nealon coming over there. Boy, just a mistake by the young quarterback there, Thomas Ian. Under pressure, backpedaling, and just kind of threw it up for grabs. It's one where you maybe like to see him try to get out of the pocket as soon as he senses that pressure. So if he did need to throw it away, he'd certainly have that option. But again, he was backpedaling straight back. He was inside the tackle box, so couldn't just necessarily throw the ball away. But again, he ended up throwing it up for grabs, and now the second interception of the night for the Wildcats forced against the Gaels. And they will have it at the St. Edmond 35 here with 8 seconds to go, third quarter. As now Hunt takes the snap and gives it to Rohrback, trying to work the middle this time, and he's met by a host of Gaels after a short run of about 2, maybe 3. And that will take us to the end of the third quarter. 42-26 is your score. St. Edmond with the lead, but the Wildcats with the football as we head to the final frame of play. We'll go ahead and take a quick break and be back. You're listening to St. Edmond Football on Sunny 99.7 and yourfortdodge.com.
Eyeing that new truck to get you through another Iowa winter? Or the SUV that fits 3 car seats and a week of groceries? Nielsen Motors in Humboldt is your neighborhood GMC and Chevrolet dealer, here to help you find your next ride. New, pre-owned, and competitive lease specials with a stress-free buying experience and certified technicians to keep you running long after you drive off the lot. Find yours at nielsenmotors.com. Nielsen Motors, where family values drive every deal.
New ownership, big savings. That's Slumberland Furniture, where they make it easy to upgrade your space. We're talking up to 50% off mattresses, recliners, living room sets, bedroom furniture, and more. Styles for every room, every taste. Plus, make it easy to take home what you love with 0% interest for 36 months on qualifying purchases of $19.99 or more. Better furniture, smarter savings. Slumberland Furniture, East on Business 20, Fort Dodge.
If you're in your car right now, take a look around. Crumbs in the seats, dust on the dash, pretty disgusting. You need Shorty's Wash and Detailing. They offer interior detailing starting at just $100. They'll get dirt, grime, and everyday grossness out of the carpets, cracks, and crevices. United States veteran owned and operated.
Hi, I'm Steven, part owner of Shorty's Wash and Detailing at 1882 Country Lane in Fort Dodge. Find us on Facebook at Shorty's Wash and Detailing. You dirty 'em, we squirt 'em.
And we're back here at Dodger Stadium, start of the fourth quarter while you're away. Haven't had a play yet, but 2 penalties, both false starts on the Glidden-Ralston Wildcats, backing them up now 2nd and 17, all the way back into their own territory at the 38. Here's a pump fake and a pass, one-on-one coverage. Receiver stepped out of bounds, and it'll sail harmlessly incomplete. They went one-on-one coverage. It's a jump ball on the pass by Brody Hunt, going for Adler Angrick, starting to feature him a bit more here in the later stages of this second half. Had that 24-yard touchdown grab back at near the end of the third quarter. And then here they tried to get him one-on-one with Ty Miracle. It'll be 3rd down now and 17 from the Glidden-Ralston 38. Again, it was a 2-yard run by Colton Rohrback to end the third. And then back-to-back false start penalties. Now here Hunt on the option. He's going to keep it himself, weaving back up the middle. Breaks a couple tackles, still going across the 35 into St. Edmond territory. Down to about the 33. And actually they're going to spot him ahead to the 32. Boy, Brody Hunt, slippery on that play. Had a couple of Gaels wrap him up around the waist, but they couldn't bring him down. It is 4th down, but now instead of, it goes from 3rd and 17 all the way down to 4th and 7 now. As they got to get to the 25 for the first. A lot more manageable for the Wildcats here as they'll go twin receivers to the left on the far side of the field going towards the south end zone. Hunt out of the shotgun. Rohrback to his left. Sends a man in motion. Hunt back to pass. Oh, we got movement though. It looks like one of the Gaels on the far side there pointing it out in a hurry. And then the refs finally do blow the play dead. So 3 false start penalties on this drive for Glidden-Ralston to start the fourth quarter. And that'll make it now 4th and 12. But again, the Gaels got to keep things in front of them here, as the Wildcats got to get to the 25 for the first down. Hunt again sends a man in motion. That's Whitaker. And now they're going to throw it short. Catch made, but Whitaker going to be closed down on in a hurry. Flag comes in. And I wonder if this is going to be procedure against Glidden-Ralston, as it looks like Whitaker was starting to turn the corner early before the snap. So the Gaels going to decline it, and that's going to be a big stop on 4th down here in the earlier stages of the fourth quarter, with St. Edmond leading by 16, 20 or 42 to 26. The Gaels get a turnover on downs, and they'll take over at their own 34-yard line as they attempt to add to their lead and look to get their first win of the 2026 season, improve to 1-1. Again, this is week 1, the Iowa high school football season for the 2026 season. First game of the year for Glidden-Ralston. It's certainly shown with the number of cramping has been going on for the Wildcats side. There's a pass and a catch short made. Again, a rare non-touchdown reception for the Gaels. I want to say at this point, still Thomasine still has more touchdown passes than he does non-touchdown passes in terms of completions, but unfortunately that play also going to not count, so that, I believe, that fact will still remain. Again, though, that's off of my unofficial stats, as that penalty will back the Gaels up 5 yards. So 1st and 15 now, ball backed up to the 29-yard line. And Gaels going to go empty backfield, 2 receivers right and left. Ean takes a snap, rush of 4 by the Wildcats, and immediately rolls out to his right, throws back across the field. Oh, bobbled and incomplete. Crimmins, the intended target, had the ball. Looked like he tried to basket catch it, though, because he was open coming back across the field. Probably could have caught it on the run, too, just couldn't quite look it in. Break for the Wildcat defense there that time. 2nd down and 15 now with 10:26 to go in the fourth. Try and see if we can get a couple of quick score updates right after this play. Toss up the field, and it's intercepted again. Thomasine, just miscommunication that time, going the other way. And that's Siebenaller with the interception, 3rd interception of the game for the St. Edmond offense. And that was Colby Siebenaller, the junior linebacker, making the pick. looked like one of the Gaels just kept going on a route, running a fly route. Thomas Ean threw it short, expecting, one of his receivers to come back for the football, and they didn't. So the miscommunication results in Ean's third interception of the night. So, again, Ean, 6 touchdown passes, but also 3 interceptions. So certainly still leaving a lot to for the Gaels to look at and clean up upon as the season continues. As Ean, again, making just his second career start at the varsity level for the St. Edmond Gaels, replacing 2-year starter Ethan Swisher. And again, another player cramping up. Well, we got a break in the action. We should probably start thanking a few more of our sponsors for tonight's broadcast. I want to thank Michael Boer at American Family Insurance. As your American Family Insurance agent, Michael can offer you dependable auto, home, business, health, and life insurance, as well as other insurance products. See Michael Boer at American Family Insurance on Facebook today. Also want to thank Danielle Lynch at Farm Bureau Financial Services. They don't say 2 birds with 1 stone. They say 2 damages with 1 deductible. With Farm Bureau, if your home and auto are both damaged in 1 storm, you only pay 1 deductible. Talk to Danielle Lynch in Fort Dodge about the 1 deductible advantage. Give her a call at 515-955-1050 today. And we also want to thank Fort Dodge Fiber. Register today for cutting-edge technology and lightning-fast broadband at FortDodgeFiber.com. Now play set to resume here as Colton Rohrback hustles back in. It's number 11. Coming in late here. Play clock winding down inside of 5. Hunt takes a snap, throws it to Rohrback. Catch made behind the line of scrimmage. Then he's thrown down out of bounds for a loss on the play. Again, just trying those quick flare passes, throws into a flat, bubble screens, different kinds of throws right at the line of scrimmage, and then trying to let their speedsters at tailback and receiver try to make plays in the open field, but the St. Edmond Gaels that time sniff it out and drop Rohrback for a 2-yard loss. 2nd and 12 now, inside of 10 minutes to go in the ball game. 42-26 is your score. Ball at the 35-yard line now as Hunt takes a snap. Empty backfield, going to chuck it deep. Has a man. Catch made by Rohrback. Oh, no, pops out at the last second. Incomplete. Just a jump ball and one-on-one coverage there. Trying to see who was there in coverage. I think that was, it looks like Jack Stuckey is right now. I'm not sure because he's facing the other way. Yeah, that was Jack Stuckey in coverage there, matched up with the junior Colton Rohrback. Just a jump ball. Rohrback nearly won that one, but again, break for the Gaels as the ball popped out. 3rd and 12 now. Again at the 35. You got to get to the 23, it looks like, for the first down. Quick throw short. Catch made. 1 tackle broken by Whitaker. This is going to be a foot race at the 20. 15-10, and then he's finally run down from behind. And it's going to be a first down for the Wildcats right at the 10-yard line. Again, those initial broken tackles are just killer, especially at this level. There's so much more space to operate with. And for the defense to have to work against, broken tackles can be a killer. That's why you got to get 2 hands on those receivers and running backs to at least slow them up to allow your team to rally to the football. That time the Gaels couldn't do it. And a big play by Landon Whitaker. Now here's a high snap. The ball, that's a live ball, and falling on it, a break for the Wildcats there is Colton Rohrback all the way back at the 20-yard line. Big loss on the play. That's a loss of 10 and a timeout taken by the Wildcats, their first of the half. 8:45 to go in the game. Threatening to try to make this a 1-score game. St. Edmond defense by far faced with their biggest challenge defensively in this contest so far tonight. It'll be 2nd and long from the 20 when play resumes. Again, with that timeout on the field, it gives us a chance to thank a few more of our sponsors for tonight's broadcast. I want to thank Wildwater Car Wash and Pet Wash. They are the only place in Fort Dodge where you can wash your car and your pet at the same time. With 5 self-serve bays, 4 vacuums, and 2 shampooers, and 1 mat cleaner, Wildwater Car Wash and Pet Wash is the only place to get both your vehicle and your pet squeaky clean. Located at 1017 3rd Avenue Northwest in Fort Dodge. We also want to thank Plum Supply Kitchens and Bath. Choosing items for your home should be a fun and creative experience. At Plum Supply Kitchens and Baths, the beautifully displayed kitchens and baths can inspire you to bring your space one step closer to reality. Located on South 22nd Street in Fort Dodge. And we also want to thank Fort Frenzy and Godfathers. It's all fun and games at Fort Frenzy, complete with attractions, pizza buffet, and arcade. There is something fun for all members of the family, located on 1st Avenue South in Fort Dodge. Hunt now alone in the backfield, sends Rohrback in motion to the left. Looking that way, now he's going to keep his steps up in the pocket, throws it short, catch made, but it's going to be a short gain on this second and long play. Actually, second and goal from the 20-yard line. That was a first and goal situation because the ball was down to the 10. So now it's going to be third and goal for the Wildcats. From the 13 now, 7-yard pickup on the connection. Throw short. The Wildcats try to get some of that lost yardage back here. Third down now. Cinnamon defense, 2 plays from turning back the Wildcats and preserving that 2-score lead. Hunt back to pass, looking left, bobbled it a little bit, throw in the back of the end zone, incomplete. It was one-on-one coverage there, and Ty Miracle right there just doing a nice job of running along the sideline, knowing that that was a extra defender on that far sideline. Rohrback ran out of real estate as that pass sailed deep into the back of the end zone, incomplete. Now 4th down. This Cinnamon defense, see if they can stand tall once again. Again, this would be by far the biggest stop of the game if the Gaels can turn the Wildcats over on downs here with 8:04 to go. 4th and goal from the 13. Trips to the left. Hunt looking that way, has to get rid of it. Short ball tipped, incomplete. Hunt also hit right as he went to throw at the Cinnamon Gale defense. Does it again. They get the stop on 4th down. And they will take over at their own 13-yard line, leading 42-26 with 7:59 to go in the ball game. Gaels sent an extra defender that time to force Hunt to have to get rid of that ball early. And he just never looked comfortable taking that snap, having to throw it. It looked like it would have been, had there been a receiver in that area, it would have been a short of the end zone. It would have had to be a Glidden-Ralston player trying to make a play here. Here comes a defender on the field late, and now actually the Gaels themselves missing a player, so all sorts of confusion on this play. Still plenty of time, though, for the Gaels in the play clock. Ian takes a snap, gives it to Stuckey on the counter, around to the right side, has blockers, breaks one tackle across the 20 to about the 22-yard line. That time, the wingback counter for the Gaels goes for decent yardage on 1st down. First couple of times, the Wildcats have sniffed it out back in the first half. Gaels, perfect, ended up being the perfect play call that time. Pickup of 8 on the run by Jack Stuckey. And I guess the clock moving. Wildcats with just 2 timeouts to go. So again, still work to be done. I think now ball security becoming paramount here on each possession for the Gaels. Again, they'll try the wingback counter to the left side this time. This is either Loffer-Swiler or Stuckey, and he takes a shot near line to gain. That was Stuckey again on the carry. Close, and a late flag comes in. Oh, boy. And they're pointing towards one of the Gaels. Trying to see where the spot is, if it was a 1st down on the play. Because, again, it came in after the play. Oh, a holding, really? That flag was thrown after the play was over with. They're going to get the Gaels for holding somehow, so that backs them up 10 yards. And that will make it 2nd and 7. I'm trying to see where the ball is. Ball is going to be at the 15, so they got to get 2. Looks like just past the 22, so 2nd and 7 for the Gaels. He now sets him down. Sends a man in motion. They're going to give it to Stuckey. Trying the right side. Gets a couple of blockers, and he's going to be run down from behind after a short gain. And that wingback counter to the right side this time. So it'll be 3rd down now. Clock running inside of 7 minutes now. 6:38 and counting. Again, North Iowa all over Harris Lake Park in 8-man District 1 non-district action. North Iowa looking to pick up their first win of the season. Bishop Garrigan has defeated Kingsley Pearson by a final of 49-6. North Union defeats New Fonda 66-7. The two games, West Bend Mallard at GTA and Audubon at Remsen St. Mary's. No score in those games. No score updates, I should say. Here is a carry by Matthew Crimmins. Haven't called his number in a while. He takes it to about the 20-yard line, shy of the first down. So it's going to be 4th down, clock running. Gaels most likely going to punt it here from their own 20-yard line, needing 3 yards for the first. Very short 3 yards, but 3 yards nonetheless. They'll probably try to burn some clock here and then boot it away. Well, Gaels huddled up here. And now Thomasine does drop back to punt. You know, we've seen the Gaels fake it once tonight. Unfortunately, it was called back for a penalty as Ian boots it away. Line drive kick and takes a hop. Returnable. Landon Whitaker, though, bobbles it. Picks it up at about the 19. Gets a big block from behind, trying to reverse field, and then he's run down at about the 28-yard line. And that is where the Wildcats will take over 1st and 10 with 5:12 to go in the ball game. Again, try to get a quick update here from the Dodgers in Mason City. And going into the 4th quarter, Fort Dodge with a 28-6 lead over the Riverhawks in the Dodgers season opener. You can hear that game on 92 Rock and yourfortdodge.com. Last check, South Central Calhoun had the lead over Earlham in their season opener. Try to get that score here in just a second as Wildcats now break the huddle. Hunt back to pass, throws it, and it's going to be intercepted. An errant throw by Brody Hunt. Trying to see if that was Griffin Loffersweiler there. Look what I found. It was either Loffersweiler or Jack Stuckey. I think it was Loffersweiler. That was the senior, Griffin Loffersweiler. Just an errant throw. Looked like it was supposed to be a slant route, I think. Brody Hunt, or the receiver, I should say, never made his break. Hunt had to get rid of it because he was under pressure. And Loffersweiler, as he was breaking in towards the receiver, pass just came right to him. He was the only one near the football there. Loffersweiler says, thank you very much. The Gaels will take over 1st and 10 from the Glidden-Ralston 32. He now takes a snap, gives it to Crimmins. He's under pressure, breaks one tackle, gets back to the line of scrimmage, and then a couple more after that. Tough running by Griffin Loffersweiler as a helmet comes flying off. Or excuse me, Matthew Crimmins. I got Griffin Loffersweiler in my mind here. Matthew Crimmins with a tough run there. Was initially contacted behind the line of scrimmage, turns it into a 2-yard run. 2nd and 8 now coming up for the Gaels. Trying to see, well, the Wildcats did not burn a timeout yet. 4:50 and counting, clock running. Ball at the 34-yard line now. Or excuse me, 31-yard line. Again, the Gaels just trying to play keep away at this point with that 2-score lead. Certainly more than enough points here. Of course, they'd like to add more, but more than enough here to come away with their first win of the season. There's a give to Crimmins, and he is run down right at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play. As Glidden-Ralston's starting to load up the box now and key on that run. 3rd and 8 now for the Gaels, again at the 31. Wildcats in no hurry to burn their timeouts here. Again, still 4:09 and counting to go. And we do have a final from Earlham. The South Central Calhoun Titans victorious by a final of 27-6. So they improved to 1-0 on the season. And you can hear all of South Central Calhoun Titan football games on 105.9 The Beach and yourfortdodge.com. And now as the play clock running out, the Cinnamon Gaels will take their first timeout of the half. With 3:44 to go here in the ball game, leading 42-26. Thomas Ean with 6 touchdown passes. Certainly making a strong case to be back-to-back Sports Page Bar and Grill Players of the Week, or Players of the Game, I should say. Ty Miracle with 2 touchdown grabs. Griffin Loffersweiler with 2 himself. Blake Bartlett and Jack Stuckey both holding in touchdown receptions as well. Their first touchdowns of their Gael careers. Colton Rohrbeck, meanwhile, has 3 touchdowns. 2 through the air and 1 on the ground. So he's probably got to be close to 150, if not 200 yards of offense in total for both receiving and rushing for the Wildcats. Adler Angrick, one of 4 seniors for this Glidden-Ralston football team here in 2026, hauled in the other touchdown for the Wildcats from 24 yards out, the last score by either team. Coming with 54 seconds to go in the third quarter. The 2-point try was no good, so that is where we stand, 42-26. 3rd and 8 now for the Gaels. Ian on the rollout right, looking, has a man open. Catch made, first down, and then some. This is Miracle, still going. He's going to go to the end zone. 5, touchdown, St. Edmond Gaels. Ty Miracle. Make it 3 touchdown grabs on the game. He was wide open at about the 17-yard line, just waiting for the football, waiting for Ian to make his rollout to the right. The Glidden-Ralston defense, I don't know, they were bailing back way too far. I think the nearest defender started his break at about the 10-yard line. Miracle had all kinds of time, and by the time Ty made the catch, just made a quick turn upfield, slipped by one defender, and then coasted in the end zone. 4-6 more for the Gaels. Here's a give. No, a play fake, and wide open in the end zone is Miracle again on the far side. Catch is made for the 2-point try. 50-26 now. And that might just do it for the St. Edmond Gaels here with 3:35 to go in the ball game. Looking to pick up their first win of the 2026 varsity football season. We'll go ahead and take a quick break and be back. You're listening to St. Edmond Football on Sunny 99.7 and NewYorkFordDodge.com. And we're back here at Dodger Stadium while you're away. Decent return for the Wildcats out to the 33-yard line. But again, Thomas Ean with 7 touchdown passes now on the night. 3 by Ty Miracles. He hauls that one in from 31 yards out with 3:35 to go in the ballgame. He also hauls in the 2-point try. 50-26 as your score now. St. Edmond Gaels starting to look like they're going to improve to 1-1 on the season. Another bounce back game in game number 2 for the St. Edmond Gaels. Here's a lob deep, and a flag comes in at the last second. There was a little bit of hand fighting, and it looked like Rohrbeck just kind of fell, got tangled up with Ty Miracle on the far sideline. Unfortunately, the back judge thought there was a little too much contact. Comes in at the last second. There was a little bit of hand fighting, and it looked like Rohrbeck just kind of fell, got tangled up with Ty Miracle. 15-yard penalty against the Gaels, and that moves the ball into St. Edmond territory here. Again, 3:21 to go. 50-26 is your score, fourth quarter. Ball spotted now at the St. Edmond 32-yard line as Hunt takes a snap, option play to the right side, and he runs into trouble here and then finally makes a wild pitch to Rohrbeck, who's still going, and then he's finally wrapped up. Boy, Hunt wanted to make the pitch, but there was a sea of bodies there and couldn't get the ball to Rohrbeck initially. Rohrbeck actually had to come back a couple steps to give Hunt space to make the pitch. He finally did. And then Rohrbeck, with that shiftiness and that speed, able to turn what could have been a disastrous play into a 3-yard gain. 2nd and 7 now. Trips receivers to the left side. Hunt back to pass. Bobbles it. Under pressure. Ball still live. And finally, looks like Hunt's going to get back on it. Boy, The Gaels have come close a number of times tonight, forcing turnovers. Already had one fumble recovery on the very first series of the game. Also an interception by Griffin Loffersweiler. And they almost had another turnover there. His heart has to be racing right now after that play. And certainly taking his time here and getting this play snapped here. 3rd and long now for the Wildcats. Another jump ball thrown. Oh my goodness, they're going to get Jack Stuckey with hands on Henry Sturm. My goodness, that ball was uncatchable, but they're going to get Stuckey for defensive pass interference. My goodness, flags are starting to fly here at Dodger Stadium late in the ball game. It was Sturm on just kind of a wheel route down the near sideline. Again, going towards that south end zone, left to right on your dial. And Jack Stuckey, unfortunately, the guilty party. It wasn't a first down penalty on the play there. Here's a throw on 3rd down. The catch is made by Rohrback, and he's going to be right at, actually got a yard past the line of gain. So a first down catch made by Colton Rohrback, who again has to be close to the 200-yard mark in terms of total offense, both rushing and receiving. Ball at the 21-yard line now, inside of 2 minutes to go. 50-26 your score. As Hunt back to pass, hit as he throws, and the ball is going to fall to the turf, incomplete. Gaels brought extra pressure that time, rushed 4, and they got home. Blake Bartlett came shooting through and gave Hunt a shot. Violent collision that time as Hunt went to throw that football, so it was just an incomplete pass. 2nd and 10. Clock stopped, 1:34 to go. Meanwhile, up in Mason City, the Fort Dodge Dodgers on their way to their first win of the season, 36-6 now with the lead over Mason City. Here's a catch by Rohrback. Oh, and he's going to go into the end zone. 10-5 touchdown. Rohrback on a comeback pass, coming in towards the middle of the field from right to left, and then immediately put on the brakes and then coasted down the near sideline. Again, going to that south end zone here at Dodger Stadium, and the Gaels again over-pursued. And Rohrback with that shiftiness and able to stop on a dime and change directions, coast into the end zone for another touchdown as the Wildcats now go for 2 and broken play. Hunt again. Miscommunication between quarterback and receiver. 2-point try, no good. 50-32 now with 1:26 to go, and more than likely an onside kick upcoming. We'll go ahead and take a quick break here. You're listening to Cinnamon Football on Sunday, 99.7 and YourFortDodge.com. On the far sideline, unfortunately, the back judge thought there was a little too much contact. Go 30 seconds. There was a little bit of hand fighting, and it looked like Rohrback just kind of fell, got tangled up with Ty Miracle. 15-yard penalty against the Gaels, and that moves the ball into Cinnamon territory here. Again, 3:21 to go. 50-26 is your score, 4th quarter. Ball spotted now at the Cinnamon 32-yard line as Hunt takes a snap, option play to the right. And we're back here at Dodger Stadium with the Wildcats selecting not to go for the onside kick here. Instead, pooch kick out of bounds. So the Gaels will more than likely take that kick, take the penalty there instead of the re-kick. As they will take over 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line. 1:26 to go. And again, the Gaels up by 18 on their way. Their first win of the 2026 varsity football season. Again, avenging that 22-20 heartbreaking loss to start the season last year against the Wildcats. And this will undoubtedly even things up in the series 2-2 now. All time between these two teams as Ian takes a snap, gives it to Crimmins. Crimmins weaving his way from left to right now, back up the field to the 30. He's cut down there. Wildcats, I think, have resigned themselves to their fate here, not trying to stop the clock at this point. 2nd down and 7 now, 1:10 and counting to go. We do have two timeouts, but in no hurry to take them. For both these teams, again, they'll be back in action next week. Glidden-Ralston will have their home opener against Arweva in all their start times, except for a matchup against East Mills, set for 7 p.m. Here's give it to Crimmins, trying the left side. Breaks one tackle, and he's finally corralled across the 35. Close to the first down. That might do it. And he is going to have a first down carry. Matthew Crimmins with another nice run. A pickup of 8 when he needed 7. Clock running inside of 30 seconds, and that is probably going to be the last play of the game. Well, we'll see here. They haven't reset the play clock. Yeah, I think that's going to be it. So the St. Edmond Gaels, as the clock runs down, they are going to come away with their first win at home here and their first win on the season. 50-32 is going to be your final here tonight. The St. Edmond Gaels avenge last year's 22-20 defeat over the Glidden-Ralston Wildcats. And they are victorious here tonight. 1-1 on the year now. Go the Gaels. Now 5-2 are the Gaels in Week 2 contest, or their second games of the season since the 2020 season. And again, they will be back in action next week as they hit the road for the first time in 2026 when they take on the New Fonda Mustangs. We'll talk more about that and a recap of this game coming up in our Colossia Construction postgame show. Again, you're listening to St. Edmond Football on Sunday 99.7 and yourfortdodge.com.
Eyeing that new truck to get you through another Iowa winter? Or the SUV that fits 3 car seats and a week of groceries? Nielsen Motors in Humboldt is your neighborhood GMC and Chevrolet dealer, here to help you find your next ride. New, pre-owned, and competitive lease specials with a stress-free buying experience and certified technicians to keep you running long after you drive off the lot. Find yours at nielsenmotors.com. Nielsen Motors, where family values drive every deal.
Try it before you buy it. Works well before you buy a car or a kid's toy. Not so much with kitchen and bath remodels, but at Plum Supply Kitchens and Baths, they do kitchens and baths better. Once you select the style and colors for your new kitchen or bathroom, Plum Supply creates a crystal clear 3D rendering so you can see exactly what it would look like. It's the closest thing you can get to trying before buying. Plum Supply Kitchen and Baths, Fort Dodge. Call them today to schedule an appointment in their showroom or find them online at pskitchensbaths.com.
Luffersweiler Funeral Home in Fort Dodge knows when you lose someone you love, everything changes. In that moment, you need more than just a funeral home. You need someone who cares. Luffersweiler's here for you anytime, day or night. Their experienced, compassionate staff will guide you through every step, offering comfort, answers, and a steady hand. And most importantly, they listen and they care. Serving families like yours since 1856, Luffersweiler Funeral Home, here when you need them most.
Insurance representative, I just want to talk to a person. Or press 1.
1.
I didn't get that. Please say or
1.
To speak with an insurance.
I just want to speak to a human.
We've all been there, but don't worry, that won't happen when you call Mitch Lund State Farm Insurance. You'll always speak to a real person that will give you the personal service you deserve for auto, home, business, life, and other insurance needs in Webster County. Call Mitch Lund State Farm at 576-4171. Online at golund.com.
I didn't get that.
Slumberland Furniture on 5th Avenue South in Fort Dodge may be under new ownership, but they still offer the expert knowledge and customer service you've come to love. They carry mattresses and bedroom furniture with the goal of creating homes filled with comfort and love. Slumberland Furniture is dedicated to helping you bring happy home and getting your looks for less. Just see for yourself by visiting their showroom. Slumberland Furniture, 3405 5th Avenue South in Fort Dodge. Open daily at 9 and at noon on Sundays.
Life is better with American Family Insurance because our agents provide specialized local expertise to help you get the right coverage at the right price. We understand that farming is at the heart of what you do, and we want to help protect what you've worked so hard for. Let's build the policy your farm deserves.
Contact Agent Lindsay Simpson at 515-855-7000 or stop by 822 Central Avenue in Fort Dodge.
American Family Mutual Insurance Company SI and its operating companies, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Financial advisor Caden McClintock with Trusted Advisors Wealth Management helps business owners keep more of what they earn and strengthen their cash flow. He builds clear, intentional financial strategies from tax-efficient planning to long-term growth, including guidance on employer-sponsored retirement plans, so you can focus on running your business with confidence. Learn more at TrustedAdvisorsWM.com from Trusted Advisors Wealth Management in Fort Dodge. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Mosaic Wealth Inc., member FINRA, SIPC. Mosaic Wealth is separately owned, and other entities and or marketing names, products, and services referenced here are independent of Mosaic Wealth. Sure, the fortune cookie's fun, but the real star is dinner at Peking Garden, where the food is fresh, hot, and waiting for you. Peking Garden features delicious appetizers, including fried wontons, egg rolls, crab rangoon, and more. And make sure you try one of their specialty dishes, made fresh with your choice of pork, chicken, beef, or seafood. Peking's lo mein, fried rice, and soups are always a hit, too. Dine in or get it to go. It's your choice at Peking Garden, Fort Dodge. Open Tuesday through Sunday, 11 till 8:30.
Central Iowa Distributing has been helping businesses stay clean and stocked with the janitorial supplies they need since 1981. They're committed to quality products and personal service you can count on. Whether you need cleaning chemicals, paper products, trash can liners, floor care supplies, commercial equipment, or expert advice, Central Iowa Distributing has you covered. Stop by today and discover the difference a local, family-owned business makes. 19 South 21st Street, Fort Dodge, or call 955-2344.
And we're back here at Dodger Stadium. 50-32 is your final here tonight. The St. Edmond Gaels get on the win column for the first time in the 2026 season. They improve to 1-1 on the year. Glidden-Ralston falls to 0-1 to start 2026 play. Again, the St. Edmond Gaels with a 50-32 win. What a performance. A nice bounce-back game for the St. Edmond Gaels after suffering a 60-26 defeat to West Bend Mallard in their Week 0 season opener. Again, this is the Colossia Construction postgame show. Again, I want to take a second to thank our sponsor for our postgame shows tonight and throughout the season. Again, Colossia Construction has been delivering exceptional construction solutions since 1963 to Fort Dodge and the surrounding area. Find them at colossia.com and located at 1206 South 32nd Street in Fort Dodge. Again, though, the St. Edmond Gaels, and they got off to a great start. They really set the tone early on in this contest. A quick couple of plays, good defensively, forced a loss on the first play, and then a fumble recovery on the second play. Brody Hunt was hit hard and then fumbled the football. Gaels able to recover it, and then a couple of plays later, Thomas Ean found Ty Miracle for this first of 3 touchdowns with 10:47 to go. Gaels took a 6-0 lead after that 20-yard touchdown pass by Thomas Ean. 2-point try, no good. This game was tied at 1.6-6 as Glidden-Ralston actually had a nice play on the ensuing kickoff, a good return out near midfield, and then a couple of plays later, Colton Rohrbeck scores from 32 yards out on a pass from Brody Hunt with 9:55 to go, 6-6 at that point, but then it would be all St. Edmond after that. The Wildcats would cut into that lead a couple of times, get it to 2 scores, but the St. Edmond defense with a big play midway through the fourth quarter were able to turn the Wildcats over on downs and then run out the clock from there to preserve the 50-32 final here tonight. Again, we'll recap all the scoring here in just a second. But again, just an excellent game overall. Exactly what you wanted to see for the St. Edmond Gaels bouncing back. Certainly still some things to clean up. Again, giving up 32 points defensively here tonight, even with the fact that it is 8-man football and it is going to be a lot of scoring. Still certainly some things that they can certainly clean up on. You know, some of the big plays they gave up, broken tackles, obviously some of the angles and pursuits that resulted in some of those big plays. I'm sure that Gael coaching staff, Coach Dillon, will certainly point that out on film to his team in the coming week of practice. Again, Colton Rohrbeck, though, you certainly got to give him credit for the job that he did in trying to keep the Wildcats in this contest almost single-handedly. Again, a lot of those touchdowns, and Rohrbeck ended up having, I believe, let me count real quick here, 4 touchdowns, I think. So 1, 2, 3, 4 touchdowns for Colton Rohrbach, and 3 of those touchdown grabs. But none of them were really deep passes down the field. I think the deepest one was maybe 5 yards down. 5 yards in terms of down the field. Nothing deep down the field in terms of passing. A lot of it was near the line of scrimmage, just bubble screens, flare routes, quick throws into the flat, and then just trying to let their athletes make plays, especially Rohrbach, the speedy junior, very shifty and really good ability to change directions on a dime. That highlighted by that last touchdown that he had from 21 yards out with 1:26 to go. That was the final score of the game. It was just a comeback route. Again, the Wildcats were going to the south end zone. So, again, imagine down the near sideline towards the Gaels sideline, coming back towards the middle of the field on a quick comeback route. Again, I think it was just about 5 yards down the field, made the catch, and then immediately put on the brakes and turned back around towards the near sideline. The Gaels, again, talk about the mistakes in over pursuing, just took a bad angle, one of the defensive backs, and then Rohrbach showing his speed there. I just lost the defender in coverage and coasted in the end zone from 21 yards out. Again, that was the 4th touchdown of the night for Colton Rohrbach, who had to have had well over 200, if not 250 yards of total offense in terms of both rushing and receiving for the Wildcats. And as he had 4 of the 5 touchdowns on the night for Glidden-Ralston. But again, though, it was that St. Edmond offense, particularly the passing offense. Thomas Ian, again, making just his second career start to the varsity level, 7 touchdowns. I mean, I understand, again, you're talking about 8-man football, so there's going to be a lot more, a lot bigger number statistically than you would probably see in 11-man football. But 7 touchdown passes, that has to be a school record. If I don't have the numbers in front of me, obviously, but I'd probably have to check with Dana Becker. I'm sure he knows, or perhaps David Flattery, the Gaels athletic director. 7 touchdown passes has to be a school record, at least at the 8-man level for the St. Edmond Gaels. What an effort by Thomas Ian tonight. Did have 3 interceptions, so again, certainly wasn't a perfect game by any means, and there's certainly still a lot of things that they can improve upon in terms of the passing game, but you have to like the future for this St. Edmond passing attack. If you're talking about a guy who's making his second career varsity start, putting up 7 touchdowns with almost an entirely new group of receivers and players on both sides of the ball, particularly on the offensive side of the ball. Again, Ty Miracle making his first start. This is his first year starting varsity. Griffin Walfersweiler as another receiver, his first year starting varsity. Jack Stuckey getting forced into action as the starting wingback for the Gaels tonight. He had a touchdown catch. He's just a freshman. Again, though, just like what you saw here tonight from this St. Edmond offense, particularly in terms of passing. I'd have to go back again. I did the best I could in terms of keeping track of stats. Again, I was on my own here tonight. My color commentator, Lance Lennon, again, wishing him safe travels. He's on the road here tonight. He was able to be here with us. We'll certainly have him back here next week as the Gaels hit the road to take on Newell Fonda. But again, I want to say off the top of my head that Thomas Ian actually had more touchdown completions than non-touchdown completions here tonight. So again, just what an effort in terms of passing, throwing the football by this St. Edmond offense. And again, they got the run game going too. That's something they struggled with a little bit last week against a much more veteran, much bigger West Bend Mallard football team. Matthew Cremens in particular had to have over 100 yards of rushing for the Gaels here tonight. Jack Stuckey also had a couple of nice carries, particularly later in that fourth quarter as they were trying to burn the clock with that 2-score lead. But again, just a great job overall. Nice bounce back game for the Gaels. Certainly some positive momentum to build on as they head into week 3, or actually I should say their 3rd game of the season. Again, I get confused here with that week 0 contest. It is officially the second. It'll be week 2 officially next week when they hit the road to take on Newell Fonda. It'll be game number 3 for the Gaels. Again, real quick, let's go ahead and recap the scoring drives here tonight. Again, 50-32 is your final. St. Edmond with the victory over Glidden-Ralston as the two teams are now tied in the series all time in 4 meetings, 2-2, after the Gaels avenging last year's heartbreaking 22-20 defeat at Glidden to open the 2025 season. Again, as I mentioned earlier, Scoring was kicked off with 10:47 to go in the first quarter. Ty Miracle hauled in a 20-yard touchdown pass from Thomasine, and coincidentally enough, it came right after a holding penalty. In fact, the first two touchdowns scored by the Gaels came right after penalties. We'll get to that second one here in just a second, but again, 10:47 to go. Miracle with a 20-yard touchdown catch from Ian, 2-point try, no good. So 6-0 at that point. Then again, as I mentioned, Colton Rohrbeck scored his first of 4 touchdowns from 32 yards out, hauling in a short hunt pass with 9:55 to go to make it 6-6 at that point as a 2-point try, again no good. And then Blake Bartlett, again as I mentioned, a 10-yard touchdown reception, his first of his Gael career with 1:48 to go in the first quarter. Again, it looked like we were going to be in for a high-scoring game, and that's certainly what it turned out to be. But again, midway through that first quarter, both defenses started to figure things out a little bit, settle in there, and it wasn't until 1:48 to go in the first quarter that Blake Bartlett hauled in that touchdown pass from Thomasine, again immediately following a penalty by the Gaels. 14-6 at that point as Matthew Crimmins added the 2-point conversion try on a carry. And then in the second quarter, Griffin Loffersweiler extended the Gaels' lead with his first touchdown catch of the season from 7 yards out. Actually, I should correct myself here. I want to look back at the stats real quick from last week. And I do believe, that was Griffin's first touchdown reception of the year. Again, from 7 yards out with 6:29 to go in the second quarter. Thomas Ian added the 2-point try with his legs there to make it 22-6 at that point. And then with 6:09 to go, almost immediately, the first play from scrimmage after the kick return by the Wildcats, Colton Rohrbeck started going to his left. A couple of Gaels got their arms on him, but never really wrapped him up, and he reversed field, raced all the way back to the far sideline, and then coasted in 61 yards past the St. Edmond defense for the touchdown. 2-point try, no good, but then it was 22-12 at that point in the second quarter. But then late at the end of the first half, with 22 seconds to go, Jack Stuckey hauled in a 32-yard touchdown pass from Thomas Ian to make it 28-12 at that point. Again, 2-point try, no good. So again, 28-12, your score at the half. And the Gaels added to their lead to start the third quarter. A nice drive capped off by Griffin Loffersweiler, hauling in his second touchdown reception of the night from 24 yards out. Again, Ian with the pass, his fifth of the game at that point. So again, 5 touchdown passes through 2.5 quarters of play for Thomas Ian. That one coming again with 6:37 to go, 2-point try, no good. So 34-12 your score at that point. And then immediately after that, again, a quick answer by Colton Rohrbeck and the Wildcats. This time a 48-yard touchdown reception on just a quick pitch out by Brody Hunt, letting his playmaking junior do the work with his legs. 34-20 at that point as Henry Sturm, the tight end for the Wildcats, hauled in a 2-point try on the pass by Brody Hunt. And then Ty Miracle would later score in the third quarter, hauled in a 34-yard touchdown pass from Thomasine, his 6th of the game, to make it 42-20. Matthew Crimmins added a reception on the 2-point try. And then late in the third quarter, this is where things started to get a little bit tight as the Glidden-Ralston Wildcats scored with 54 seconds to go in the third quarter. Adler Angrick scored from 24 yards out, and again on a similar play to what Colton Rohrbeck scored on towards the end of the game. That one late in the third from 24 yards out, 2-point try, no good. But again, now it's just a 2-score lead with the whole fourth quarter to go, 42-26. And the Gaels had already turned the ball over 3 times on the night. But again, the Gaels gave the Gael crowd no reason to panic there as they would punch in the score with 3:35 to go from 31 yards out. Ty Miracle hauling in Thomas Ian's 7th touchdown pass of the night to make it 50-26, and then he would add the 2-point try. So again, 50-26 at that point. And then, as we mentioned, 1:26 to go in the ball game. Colton Rohrbeck added that 21-yard touchdown pass from Brody Hunt. 2-point try, no good. 50-32 is your final here tonight. St. Edmond Gaels improving to 1-1 on the year. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. Again, we'll see if we can get some score updates from both the Dodgers, South Central Calhoun Titans, and around 8-man District 1 action. Again, you're listening to the Colossia Construction postgame show. This is St. Edmond Football on Sunny 99.7 and yourfortdodge.com.
Central Iowa Distributing has been helping businesses stay clean and stocked with the janitorial supplies they need since 1981. They're committed to quality products and personal service you can count on. Whether you need cleaning chemicals, paper products, trash can liners, floor care supplies, commercial equipment, or expert advice, Central Iowa Distributing has you covered. Stop by today and discover the difference a local, family-owned business makes. 19 South 21st Street, Fort Dodge, or call 955-2344.
In a lawsuit, a little extra liability protection can go a long way. I'm Michael Boer, agent. A personal liability umbrella policy from American Family Insurance offers $1 million or more of coverage over and above the limits of your auto and home policies. And it's affordable. Contact Michael Boer, agent, at 812 North 15th Street, Fort Dodge, or call 515-576-5565 today.
American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
American Family Insurance.
Everyone has this moment.
Hey, any chance I could get some help looking at new kitchen cabinets?
Yeah, no problem. Let me just page Lawn and Garden. Lawn and Garden to the cabinets. Lawn and Garden cabinets.
When you need help with kitchens and baths, you want someone that actually knows kitchens and baths. Schedule a personalized appointment with the design experts at Plum Supply Kitchens and Baths for a time that works for you. Plum Supply Kitchens and Baths, Fort Dodge. They do kitchens and baths better. Online at pskitchensbaths.com.
Attention all sports junkies. The Sports Page Bar and Grill is your one-stop sports watching destination. With 44 flat-screen TVs, you can watch the game no matter where you're sitting. Enjoy some drinks with your friends, dine on scrumptious appetizers and meals, and don't forget to check out the game room. And if you're having a late lunch or you're just craving a snack, happy hour is from 2 till 5 weekdays. Join your friends at the Sports Page Bar and Grill, 2707 North 15th Street, Fort Dodge.
Peking Garden serves up a buffet like no other. Load your plate with favorites like spicy chicken, lo mein, fried rice, crab rangoon, and more. Start with delicious appetizers like fried wontons and egg rolls. Then go back and pile it on again. Peking Garden is open Tuesday through Sunday from 11 till 8:30. Carry out and delivery are available, but nothing beats sitting in one of their comfy booths and enjoying the buffet fresh and hot. Peking Garden, 2510 5th Avenue South, Fort Dodge. Like and follow them on Facebook.
There's a reason Colossia Construction has been doing business in Fort Dodge since 1963. You don't build that kind of history with promises. You build it with work that speaks for itself. From projects for the Fort Dodge community and St. Edmond schools to commercial construction throughout the area, Colossia brings generations of experience to every job. They've been building a legacy of quality, craftsmanship, and trust for more than 60 years. Colossia Construction. Build it right. Build it to last. Online at colossia.com.
And we're back here live at Dodger Stadium as we wrap things up here in the Colossia Construction postgame show. Again, I want to take a second to thank our sponsors for tonight's postgame show, Colossia Construction. They have been delivering exceptional construction solutions since 1963 to Fort Dodge and the surrounding area. Find them at colossia.com and located at 1206 South 32nd Street in Fort Dodge. So again, it's that time of night where we give out our Sports Page Bar and Grill Player of the Game and Kingsgate Insurance Play of the Game. I want to thank our sponsors for our Player of the Game here tonight, Sports Page Bar and Grill. Bring out your entire family to enjoy your favorite teams. They have 44 flat-screen TVs, and you can enjoy your favorite meal and drink while you enjoy the game at Sports Page Bar and Grill in Fort Dodge. So again, a game where the St. Edmond Gale offense racks up 50 points. Really great effort, both rushing the football and passing the football here tonight by the St. Edmond offense. But again, a bounce back and forth from a couple of different players. Again, shout out Griffin Loffersweiler had 2 touchdown grabs. Matthew Crimmins had a really nice game on the ground, over 100 yards rushing. Jack Stuckey had his first career touchdown catch, as did Blake Bartlett. But it really boiled down to Ty Miracle, who hauled in 3 touchdown grabs and really did a nice job with his legs turning those plays into touchdown grabs. But of course, 7 touchdown passes is 7 touchdown passes. So got to give our Sports Page Bar and Grill Player of the Game tonight and back-to-back weeks to Thomas Ian, the junior, making his second career start at quarterback for the Gaels. Again, 7 touchdown passes. He is our Sports Page Bar and Grill player of the game here tonight against the Glidden-Ralston Wildcats as the St. Edmond Gaels victorious by a final of 50-32. And now our play of the game, I should say. And again, what we like to do here is we like to try to balance things out a little bit. We like to try to mix things up, and so it's not just the same player always getting these awards every week. But again, like I said, 7 touchdown passes is kind of hard to ignore. So what we're going to do is we're going to give Ty here a play of the game. Again, a heck of a you can pick any one of his touchdown grabs that he had there were highlight plays. We're going to go back to the third quarter where he hauled in the 34-yard touchdown pass, and that pass was threaded on a dime between 2 defenders from 34 yards out. Thomas Ian with just a beautiful throw, fitted in between 2 defenders. Miracle grabbed it at about the 5-yard line and then was able to drag a couple of tacklers into the end zone to make it 40-20 at that point, I should say. And then Matthew Crimmins added the reception to make it 42-20 at that point. So again, a real big play and a big swing in momentum as the Wildcats had cut it to 34-20 at that point, and had also picked off a pass on the previous possession for the Gaels. So again, that was a big swing of momentum for the Gaels to get that score to go back up 3 scores at that point. So again, that is going to be our Kingsgate Insurance play of the game, that touchdown pass from 34 yards out from Thomas Ian to Ty Miracle. And again, we want to thank our sponsor for our play of the game, Kingsgate Insurance. They design insurance and solutions specifically for you. Working with you, they will identify solutions that protect you against risk, suit your budget, and give you peace of mind. And that's how you can expect to be treated when you work with Kingsgate Insurance in downtown Fort Dodge. So now, before we wrap things up here in our Colossi Construction post-game show, got a couple more things I want to talk about. Again, the Fort Dodge Dodgers victorious in their season opener by a final of 36-6. Actually, hold on, double check that. Actually, yeah, 36-6. They're victorious over Mason City on the road here tonight, as South Central Calhoun was victorious over Earlham on the road to open 2026 play, 27-6. Again, knocking off Earlham. In 8-man District 1, North Iowa all over Harris Lake Park, 70-6. In that one, Bishop Garrigan ranked 3rd in the preseason Radio Iowa poll, a 49-6 victory over Kingsley Pearson. The St. Edmond Gaels Game 3 opponent, I should say, next week in Newell Fonda. They fell to North Union by a final of 66-7. North Union ranked 9th in the initial preseason poll. West Bend Mallard 2-0 on the year. So I tell you what, West Bend Mallard might have some this year. Coach Dillon talked about, again, that's a veteran team that they faced in that Week 0 contest. The Gaels fell to the Wolverines last week, and then they knock off GTRA, the defending district champions, by a final of 39-34, and that game was in GTRA tonight. And then Audubon, they're ranked number 1 in the preseason for a reason. They defeat Remsen St. Mary's by a final of 74-30 here tonight. Again, Audubon number 1, entering the ranked number 1 in the preseason polls. And Remsen St. Mary is going to be coming to Fort Dodge here in a couple of weeks for the Gaels' next home contest. But first, they got to go to Newell Fonda next week. That will be a 7 p.m. kickoff, and we will have pregame coverage of that contest against the Newell Fonda Mustangs. Expect the pregame coverage to begin around 6:30. I'll have the call on that one, along with Lance Lennon, who should be back next week on color commentary. But again, that's going to we've got one more announcement we do want to make. Coming up on Saturday morning at Sports Talk Live from Tropical Smoothie Cafe in Fort Dodge from 9 to 10 a.m. on Sunny 99.7 and YourFortDodge.com. This week, Connoisseur Media Sports Director Joe Jaden will talk football with Fort Dodge Dodgers coach Nick Mosier, St. Edmonds Matt Dillon, Iowa Central's Colby Cratch, also Dodger volleyball coach Beth Wilder, and St. Edmonds Lindsay Heffernan. Again, that's Sports Talk Live from Tropical Smoothie Cafe in Fort Dodge from 9 to 10 a.m. right here on Sunny 99.7 and YourFortDodge.com.